LBR TV of education, information, and entertainment starts now. LBR TV of education, information, and entertainment starts now. LBR TV of education, information, and entertainment starts now.
All right, folks, welcome back. We apologize for the break in transmission that is due to network connectivity issues. So please let us know the quality of the audio. We're live here from the grounds of the Temple of Justice. We're getting more fresh updates coming in from the Criminal Code A. The petitioner's request for George Roosevelt Willie to quash a subpoena issued by the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force to the Clark Hope Foundation to provide documents pertaining to the construction, establishment, and operations of the Clark Hope Foundation. That foundation is contending that the AREP lacks the legal jurisdiction. Now, these are updates coming in, real-time live updates coming from Criminal Code A. So George Roosevelt Willie have said that the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force subpoenaed 3 institutions and the Clark Hope Foundation is the 4th, and that they are the only ones that said they cannot comply. So out of 4 institutions that were subpoenaed by the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force, only the Clark Hope Foundation has said they cannot comply. The institutions are the management of BMC, the Rural and Renewable Energy, and Soft Solar, etc. So the investigation subpoena establishes a chain of an ongoing investigation. So what we've been told is that Clark Hope Foundation is 1 out of 4 institutions subpoenaed by the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force that has failed to comply. Now, according to the judge, this subpoena of the other 3, including Clark Foundation, is to show that there is an ongoing investigation. According to the judge, the other institutions fully cooperated and the court can produce their documents. They cooperated, they produced their documents with the exception of the Clark Hope Foundation, for which the judge says is not acceptable. According to George Roosevelt Willie, the refusal of the Clark Hope Foundation to comply to the subpoena and provide documents is not acceptable. According to the judge, it is disobedience, and if a subpoena is issued by the court for any institution and it risks being held in contempt. So the judge said that the management of BMC and others complied and provided everything required. Only the Clark Hope Foundation have said they cannot comply to the subpoena. So we'll be bringing you more updates. Just a recap of what is unfolding. The George Roosevelt Willie, presiding circuit judge here at Criminal Code A, Monrovia County, is reading his ruling in the petitioner's request for a motion to quash the subpoena issued by AREP. They are challenging the jurisdiction of AREP in this matter.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on.
And I'm in hospital. So I walk out in my grandmother, where I will be at. So they can know that when you go cook what people that care for the nation will put it in sea. Where they happy. So that they know it. But what do I be man? Happy to China or the people that tell me that right on the airport. That right on the airport, what do they me and bring it? They make it a mission from all of the country. And I even in that drop. All of the country, they want to make it a mission. And you got to pass some process. You got to pass through some process before you can bring it. They're going to be taking out tomorrow when they bring it later after that.
But I see bringing
money and go here and go when they go back here. Why they got nothing for all of it today? And they ain't like people stay the sea. And the person that bringing the material for the Liberia people to work and get money. Which one better? They say that Liberia they don't come in. Now they see people, they want someone else see. They say that they go back there. Why you have it all of it? They want to do it. But they got a lot of things to say at TV. But who got time for them?
But people say
they party, they may have a quality. They roll up like they grab a guy here, they run up. They want more. Even the shop, you want to make sense that you do. Why don't you so push it back? Now we see the boy say yes.
so women talk about women.
When you are running down, you put it to the day, you don't push it back. But now you can move up that drop ya. Now you can move on Monrovia and go to a PC you reach. Whatever you want, you to buy, you to back. All the way to Africa. We use to back Africa going to PC. But now nobody back in Africa again. But you want to go in. Now they're talking about Guaga. Thank you.
So you happy with the
Oh, you want even want to go to that Guaga. You want to go to that is you. You want to go to you want to see ya. You do it, you go to. They want to go here, China, I mean, the Guaga. And I go Guaga. Guaga. Now I'm coming to Guaga. Why not be here? So I have to go why you and you go here. The other one that they want it up. You are yes. They the other one I can say it very well for you. So we are different.
Why is that a bread and butter issue?
Why not bread? You talking about combination of the bread or I used to make when I was sitting down. Even my woman said if I eating money, I was sitting down.
So you getting more profit now? You getting more profit now? So we are telling you now you should get enough profit.
I used to get profit for business usually. The business going on slowly. My business usually even when I go to the church,
so we are telling your life of 100% better. We are telling.
I'm saying that everything works. We are now church, seriously. None of my power is my work. We are now my power is to put it in with my family.
But why you put that out and we are?
So, but you cannot find it. I get my party. Everybody get my party. You get me? I like it. I don't know what party. But the people that he put me, I don't know what it is. You get me? I don't know what it is for me. So, I want the gentleman to come and I want to eat. I'm not sure I go to school. I don't want him. I want nothing. Oh, God. I want to sit there and about it.
Okay, your name again, man.
So, we got the other.
Solar Corporation, they all provided their documents. Why are you refusing to provide your documents? If the subpoena comes from a court of competent jurisdiction, you are under obligation to comply. You not complying, your lack of compliance shows disobedience to this court, to the court, and hence you risk being held in contempt. And talking about contempt, we just had a famous contempt hearing here, a famous contempt trial that has now gone down in the history books, and that was with Prophet Key. He's in no way, connected to this matter, but just that the word contempt is being used again. And this time around, it is direct contempt because it is happening within the court. You were issued a court subpoena as part of the court proceedings, and you have failed to comply, according to Judge Roosevelt Willie, from the information that we're getting in a very quiet courthouse, and only the judge's voice is being heard, that why is Clark Hope Foundation refusing to provide documents, that these documents are in line. The chain shows that there is an ongoing investigation, and their refusal to honor the subpoena is tantamount to being held in contempt, the rigs being held in contempt. So the judge further stated that the management of the Building Materials Center, BMC, which is the company that carried out the construction of the Class City of Hope, has complied and provided all requisite documents to the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force, and all others have complied and provided everything requested for by the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force. So Judge Willie is still reading, and so far we cannot tell what the outcome, what the ruling will be, whether the judge is going to grant the petitioner's motion or the judge is going to deny the petitioner's motion and rule in favor of the respondents. And this time, the respondents are the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force, by and through its head, Councillor Edwin Clark-Martin, and others associated thereof with that institution. We're about to give you more updates, but so far, this is what is unfolding in the court. 4 institutions subpoenaed, namely BMC, Rural and Renewable Energy, Soft Solar, and Clark Hope Foundation. 3 out of 4 complied with the subpoena, provided the requisite documents as requested. Only the Clark Hope Foundation refused to comply. They used the legal remedies available to them by running to the court, praying a petition for that motion to quash the subpoena on grounds that the Arab lacked the jurisdiction. The judge is ruling in that matter. So we are waiting for more updates. Bear with us. What we're experiencing is a slow strength of internet connectivity. The speed of the internet is slow. So hence, updates are trickling in at a snail's pace. That is way beyond our control, but we will do our best to bring you real-time updates from within Criminal Court A. The foundation of the former First Lady of the Republic of Liberia, the Clark Hope Foundation, mainly the Class City of Hope, is what is under scrutiny at this moment. So stay with us. So the judge has said that the issue raised to quash the subpoena cannot be possible because the Supreme Court has already passed on why a subpoena should be issued. So this is a sting in the tail. So Judge Roosevelt Willie have said that he cannot quash the motion. He cannot quash the subpoena. He cannot quash the subpoena because the Supreme Court has already ruled on the reasons why a subpoena should be issued. So I'll read that again. The judge has said that the issue raised to quash the subpoena cannot be possible because the Supreme Court has already passed on why a subpoena should be issued. So we're waiting to get the final ruling, the final statement for the end of this ruling from Judge Roosevelt Willie. But the trend that is taking now, because the Clark Hope Foundation challenged the jurisdiction of Arab and the subpoena, and the judge is saying that it is not possible to quash the subpoena because the Supreme Court has already ruled on why subpoena is issued, why subpoenas should be issued. According to the judge earlier, from transcripts that we're getting from the court, the judge has said that if 3 out of 4 institutions in line of this chain of investigations submitted the requisite documents as subpoenaed, why is Clark Hope Foundation the only institution refusing? Secondly, the judge said the refusal to honor a subpoena by a court of competent jurisdiction, issued by a court of competent jurisdiction, risks leading to contempt, and the foundation risks being held in contempt. That 3 out of 4 institutions complied, and why are they not complying? and it is challenging the authority of the court. So the last update that I've gotten says that the judge has said that the issues raised to quash the subpoena is not possible. It cannot be possible because the Supreme Court of Liberia, yes, the court just above my right shoulder, has already passed on why a subpoena should be issued. So we're waiting for more fresh updates. As I said, bear with us. We have a slow speed of the internet around this area today. We're experiencing that. It led to the shutdown of our earlier broadcast, but we're back up and running. But it is the Clark Hope Foundation who are the petitioners in this matter. They are praying the court for a motion to quash the jurisdiction, a subpoena issued by Arab on grounds of jurisdiction. So we're waiting for more updates. We are awaiting. Bear with us. It's quiet here. We can hear some groans as we are providing these updates. As folks all around here, those who are not in court, watching and listening to Spoon Network, getting the updates. Even those who are not watching but can hear me stating what's happening in the court. Conversations are ensuing between individuals. The police still present here, but they involved in their chit chats. It's quiet. It's not a very tense situation happening here. If it's tense, then that tense is in the courtroom. That feeling is rather in the courtroom. It's quiet, according to our correspondent, our senior judicial correspondent. It's quiet in the court that even if you drop a pin, you might probably hear the echo of that pin being dropped. Everybody's listening, and only the voice of the resident circuit judge, the presiding judge of the Criminal Court A, is being heard. So the judge has furthered that asset recovery as a legal body has the right to request documents from any institution through the court. So Judge Roosevelt Willie have said that Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force as a legal body, remember, the legality of the Asset Recovery Task Force was upheld by a ruling from the Supreme Court in the Gracious Right versus the Arab, saga that we had lingering on for 8 months. The judge have said that Asset Recovery as a legal body has the right to request documents from any institution through a court. With the trend of what is happening, we cannot deduce what the outcome will be, but from your own reasonable reasoning and from the trend of what the judge is saying, we will hold and wait for the final words, whether the judge will say, I deny the motion, or I grant the motion, and I've also ruled and quashed the subpoena. But the last update coming from the court says that Judge Roosevelt Willie have said that the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force as a legal body has the right to request documents from any institution within the bailiwick of Liberia through the court. Where is this leading to? We will find out at the end of the day. That's the reason we are here, to provide you all of the updates. The updates are coming in slow, but it's better slow and sure than not to get any updates as well.
Wow. Yes, folks. Welcome to LBR TV right here. We are fully prepared, running. So, with one of the situations coming out of Monrovia-Liberia, what's happening, man, concerning the asset recovery of the Clearwear Foundation, property that is in Liberia there. So obviously, the court cannot deny the asset recovery their rights, and also too, why would the Clearwear or the Clearwear Foundation, try to squash out rather, the asset recovery request. It said that they want to beat asset recovery to the law. Is it some of the illegal ways of doing things now? So all along, I've been talking about this issue here regarding the Clearware Foundation stuff there, and I mean, a lot of people have been saying that that foundation was funded illegally. The questioning part about it, how did that money, or how they came up with that money, overnight to obtain such a property? And for me, I always tell people is that just how George Weah built his condominiums over there is how that woman built those properties for herself. They want to pretend like putting our Liberian children in for the mere fact tomorrow to say, oh, it was all done in the interest of Liberia and Liberians are benefiting, from it. But at the end of the day, I mean, the documents, are all in the name of, Clearware. They are in the name of, the Weah family. Those property does not belong to the Liberian people because they stole our resources, they stole our money in order to build, to accumulate such properties for themselves. And, Judgment Day has come. Judgment Day is here. They are going to answer to the law. And folks, this is why I urge you as Liberians, I urge all Liberians, y'all make sure y'all see to it that the Weah-led administration, which is the CDC, does not come back to power. Because, it's going to be almost like the Donald Trump case here in America today, If these people come back to power, every case, surrounding them, every case about them, they are going to make sure that those cases are buried. They are going to make sure that those cases are thrown outside of the window, that you are never, ever going to find them forever and ever. Amen. Just like how Ellie protected herself, her children, and all of, the Liberian resources that is stole. Folks, this is a moment. You see, the assets recovery, they are doing their jobs. They are doing their jobs. They are working so hard to make sure that Liberia become a better place for our future, for the future of our children and our children to come, our our generation. Those people who have stolen the wealth of Liberia, who have robbed Liberia, they need to face the justice. You see, Prophet Key, the court proved to be working. There was nothing that's squashing anything regarding Prophet Key. Even as Prophet Key, he got on his knee. He asked, he begged, he pleaded for forgiveness. The court still felt that he needed to be punished. The sentencing. And can you imagine, out of four different entities that appeared before the court, three of those entities respected the rule of law. They respected the court. They complied, with the exception of the Clearware Foundation, which shows gross insubordination. It shows disrespect. They refuse to comply with the court. They refuse to comply. They refuse to, abide by the rules of the court, being ordered to provide the documents to those properties. You see, when we talk, y'all don't listen. I've been saying that even one of my own friend, call him Charlie Jackson. I said, those properties are in the name of this woman, the George Weah with, her name. And tomorrow, if it comes to this where we are today, now, they are not going to provide any evidence. Because you know what? Those documents in the archive, everything is going to be showing that she owns those properties. Now think about it. When her husband was a soccer player, he was making trillions, millions, whatever of dollars. When she was a nurse or a beggar, whatever they said she were in this country in America, she knew the husband, the man she married to. She obviously knew his background, where he were from or where he is from. She has kids for him. So what made you to think that she doesn't know where he came from? Why didn't she one day, even when he was senator, to say, oh, let me come and show my love to my husband people or to where my husband is from? Let me come and invest into that country, because you know what? However, I'm part and parcel of that country since I have kids, for his people. They are my people now. Even the George Weah, when even he was senator, he didn't build all the 72 condominiums there. He never built them to prove that he had the money where they say he was rich. These people accumulated this wealth by the time they took power into our country, Liberia. By the time they got into seat, they started stealing. They started ripping our country apart. They started, taking away from our people. They would give our people the peanuts, the crumbs on the floor, to make our people believe and to think that they are doing for them, and why they are taking the bulk of it. Where she enriched her own brother, as we found out too as well, from Jamaica. Went to Jamaica, went back there, built massive wealth for themselves in Jamaica as well. While George Weah was building for himself right in Liberia too as well, and accumulating properties around the world like Ellen did. Folks, if you love Liberia, you see, sedition, this is where your eyes need to open. This is where your eyes need to open. Why should she or the Clear Weah Foundation refuse the court order out of 4? 3 comply with the court, and then only the Clear Weah Foundation refused to comply? What does that tell you, sedition? No, if this foundation has to clean hands, what does that tell you? It's just so as simple as common for you to understand, seditions. Those people are making mockeries and fools of you. They are giving you the crumbs to pick up, from the floor. Why? They are taking the box. I said this thing over and over. That property or those properties there are in the name of Clear Weah. Even the property, look, even those houses or condominiums that George Weah built. I recently started asking the question, have you, sedition, wonder, with all those houses, what George Weah are using them for? You have a lot of seditions homeless. One man or he and his family cannot live in those condominiums there. There are too many. So the rest, what are they being used for? If you logically look into its seditions, you'll be used, you'll be cajoled, you'll be lied to, you'll be misled. Why is the Clear Weah Foundation refusing to comply with the court? Why are they refusing to turn in the documents that shows that they are the legitimate owner of such a property? The asset recovery has made their case. Why should they be so disrespectful to the court? If they had anything to hide, you can know definitely this is exactly how they are hiding it. If they never had anything to hide, they will definitely comply like the other three, entities that did. Seditions, be wise, be smart. Think about the issues. The court has just unveiled something very important to you people, seditions. Even in America here, when Donald Trump was no more president, he was in court. He was in court. He was answering to the law. Yeah. The law did not say that because he was once a president of this great nation. So he had to disrespect the law and not answer to the law. He appeared in court a couple of times with his lawyers. Why is the Clear Weir Foundation disrespecting our body of law? Why? They need to be held in contempt, like Prophet Key. They need to. My fellow seditions, know that you have been misled. Today is the day of liberation. Let your eyes open to the truth of the matter here. The fact that the Clear Weir Foundation refused to provide their documents, before the court out of 4 entities, that shows that they have something to hide. It's just like if I appear before the court and the court tells me, says that you claim that you own this land. Where is your land deed? We need to see it. We need to check it up with the archive. We need to do a background investigation. And I tell the court, I'm unable or I cannot provide the documents in which you are requesting. And I will not, no matter what. That tells you something. That I have something to hide. I have something to hide. Seditions. This is a wake-up call to you guys. A wake-up call. You need to understand that you guys being cajoled and lied to. But let's continue to listen to the report coming out of the court.
And this is what we do here at the Spoon Network. We provide you prompt information, real-time information as it unfolds. And we're here again at the Temple of Justice. This is a pivotal ruling. Either way that this ruling goes, it's either going to strengthen the resolve of the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force and further the investigation into the Clear Hope Foundation and the Clear City of Hope, or is going to put a complete stop to that. I see a vehicle that looks like, okay, it's not from AREP. It's not from AREP. It's a debt recovery from a private institution. But I thought that was a vehicle. So we're waiting for more updates. More updates, folks. Keep following us. Diamond Slanger. I'm here with Gabriel Sagacious Bar. Emmanuel Phillips is here. Chirasi Joe, our director of television, is making sure that we have all of the images and all of the audio coming in crystal clear for you to listen to, and keep updating us on the quality of the image as well. So we will provide you all of what is happening. But the latest update from the court as of current time is that the Judge Roosevelt Zerwilly, has said that the Asset Recovery Task Force is a legal body and has the right to request documents from any institution through the court. He also said earlier that 4 institutions, namely BMC, Rural and Renewable Energy, Soft Cola, and the Clear Hope Foundation, were subpoenaed. 3 out of the 4 submitted all of the requisite documents, and only the Cloud Hope Foundation has reneged or has refused to provide the documents. The judge further stated that refusal is also challenging the authority of the court, and that the institution, the Cloud Hope Foundation, risks being held in contempt. The judge further said that why the three complied and only Cloud Hope Foundation has refused to comply, and that these documents and court records shows that this is a chain of an ongoing investigation, and that he cannot grant the motion to quash the subpoena because the Supreme Court had already ruled on why subpoenas are issued. Now, the judge also stated that the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force is a legal body, and so they can request documents from any institution in Liberia through the court. So we're waiting for more updates to give you, but once we get those updates, we'll read them to you. This is not the end of the road. If the judge rules in favor of the asset recovery and grants that the subpoena be responded to and all documents be provided, there's also a remedy, appellate remedy available to the Cloud Hope Foundation. They can go to the Supreme Court to challenge the jurisdiction of Arab. Now, the court has said that the raid is not directed to the former First Lady, but rather the foundation through its general manager. So those that are saying that, look, they've asked the former First Lady, Madam Clara Maria, to come and provide evidence, or the judge is saying that the raid is not directed to her. The subpoena is not directed to her. It's rather directed to the foundation through its general manager. So it is not Claudia that is the subject of the raid or the subpoena. It is the foundation by and through its general manager. Remember, when you establish any institution or any corporation in Liberia, one of the rights is the right to sue and a right to be sued. So corporations, institutions legally registered and incorporated in Liberia can be brought to court, and they can also take other corporations, other institutions to court as well. So according to the judge, the raid or the subpoena is not directed at the former First Lady, but rather the foundation through its general manager. Will the judge grant the petitioner's request to quash the motion, to quash the subpoena, or will Judge Roosevelt Zerwilli deny the petitioner's request? That question can only be answered at the end of the day, and that is why we're here. I take a short breather, folks. I will be updating you from behind the camera for a minute as we provide you more updates here from Criminal Court A at the Temple of Justice. In the courtroom, we have the Senator of Margibi County, Nathaniel Fallow Magio, Chairman Emeritus of the CDC, one-time Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, currently the Senator of Margibi County, a close compatriot of the former president, and of course, the former First Ladies in the court. We have Councillor Jonathan Masakwe. He is part of the legal representation. We also have the former head of NOCAL, Safua Gray, councillor. She's in court representation. And the state is represented by and through asset recovery. They're in court there. We are still waiting for more updates. The latest update from within Criminal Court A is that the court has said that the raid is not directed to the former First Lady, Claudia, but rather the foundation through its general manager. So it is the management of the Cloud Hope Foundation that manages the Class City of Hope to provide all of the documents through the subpoena. These documents include donors list, financial transactions, contracts, and the like. Keep watching Spoon TV. We're live from the Temple of Justice, bringing you live happenings. We are going to be slow in bringing you real-time updates because of the network connectivity issue. For some reason today it's really slow here, but we'll be doing our best to provide you with the needed information. Norvin Jackson is positioned in Criminal Code A for us. He has been providing us with all of the updates thus far. So I will read to you all of the updates from the first update that we got, that the ruling began at 10:30 a.m. rather than 10 o'clock. Representations present. Judge Willie started reading that the asset recovery had subpoenaed 3 institutions, and those institutions complied. The Clara Hope Foundation is the 4th institution subpoenaed by AREP in what the court has. Three out of 4 institutions complied with the subpoena and provided the needed and requested documents. Those institutions include the management of PNC, the management of Bureau of Renewable Energy, and the management of solar company. Then the judge said that no, the refusal of the Clara Hope Foundation to honor the subpoena and provide those documents is also challenging the authority of the court and risks being held in contempt. The judge questioned why they chose not to comply. Please let us know the quality of the audio provide you crystal clear audio. The judge said that the issue of flashing is something that cannot be sustained. It's not possible because all right. So let us know the quality of the audio, please. Let us know the quality of the audio if it's not good, so that we can tweak it. Please let us know the quality of the audio as we working. So please let us know the quality of the audio if it's good. Yeah. I'm coming from Magla Afro, so let Okay, folks, please let us know the quality of the audio. Is it good now? If it's good, just kind of leave a comment. These are gadgets. You do your best to plan, and then sometimes they just have their own issues. So please let us know the quality of the audio. If the audio is good, just let us know the quality of the audio. Please let us know the quality of the audio as our technical guys are listening in. But it's loud. But we start to see, you expect to get bruised. Yeah. Oh, fine. So just kind of let us know the quality of the audio. We are doing our best to work on the sound. Yeah, so kind of leave a comment and let us know the quality of the audio. Once the audio quality is good, we will continue. We've been getting updates from the court, and we will be providing you the latest updates as they come in. My name is Diamond Slanger. I'm here with Jurassic Joe, Gabriel Barr, and the rest of the guys. So once the sound is good, we listen to the sound, and it's perfect now. Thank you for your continuous updates. Now let's go back to the courtroom. So the judge have said that the issue of invoking Article 21 of the Constitution cannot hold water because the asset recovery has the mandate to do so. So what is Article 21 of the Liberian Constitution? Let me get that quickly. Let me pull up Article 21 for you, and we can read Article 21 of the 1986 Constitution of Liberia. Remember, the judge has earlier said that the asset recovery is a legal entity. So Article 21 says fundamental due process protections. Article 21, prohibition of retroactive laws, bills of attainder, and ex post facto laws. So the government cannot punish someone for an act that was not a crime at the time of when it was committed. So the judge has said Article 21 cannot be invoked in this case. 21B, search warrants issued only upon probable cause. Warrants must be specific about the place to be searched and the items to be seized, the right to be informed on charges, and the right to remain silent, the right to bail and protection. So Article 21 takes talks about a whole lot of things, and the judge has said that Article 21 cannot be invoked in this particular motion or in this particular petition because the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force has got the mandate to do what exactly they are currently carrying out. So far, all of what we've been hearing from Judge Roosevelt Willie, according to what is being transcribed to us, is that Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force is a legal institution. They can subpoena, they can request for information from any institution in Liberia through the courts, and that 4 institutions were subpoenaed. Out of the 4, 3 complied. Only the Clark Hope Foundation has refused to comply, and the judge stated that the rigs being held in contempt. According to Judge Willie, from what we have been getting, is that he also said that the issue raised to quash the subpoena cannot be made. It is not possible because the Supreme Court has already issued passed a ruling, an opinion on why subpoenas should be issued. The judge further stated that the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force is a legal body, and hence they can request or ask for information from any institution in Liberia through the court. The judge said that the rate also is not directly at the former First Lady because it is going to the Clark Hope Foundation through its management. So the judge in his latest ruling said that evoking Article 21 of the Constitution cannot hold water because the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force has got the mandate to do what they are doing. The mandate to request a subpoena through a court and serve that subpoena on any subject of an investigation. Trying to get you more updates. Keep updating us on the quality of the audio as well as we strive to bring you real-time information from within Criminal Court A here at the Temple of Justice on Capitol Hill. My name is Diamond Slanger. What is unfolding is the judge, His Honor Roosevelt Zewilly, is ruling in a petition filed by and through the management of the Clark Hope Foundation, who are the petitioners against the jurisdiction power, according to their rate, according to their petition, is that the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force lacks the jurisdiction to have served them a subpoena, to have asked for a subpoena for them to provide documents, very crucial documents that include 1, donors list, 2, financial transactions, 3, contracts, and the intent is to uncover whether or not public resources were used in the establishment, construction, and operations of the Clark Hope Foundation, by extension, the Clark City of Hope there in Marshall City. So we are trying to bring you more updates. Remember, as I said earlier, bear with us. The network connection here is a bit slow today. We're doing our best to give you more updates in real time. That's what we do here at the Spoon Network. The sun is gradually coming up as compared to what we had earlier this morning. We were enjoying the good breeze from the ocean that is just right next to us. But that seemed to be going away from us. That luxury seemed to be going away from us. We're now feeling the scorching sun and heat. But that doesn't deter us from doing what we ought to do. What we can tell you is the courtroom is still quiet, according to Melvin Jackson, as he's reporting in real time, that the courtroom is very quiet. The judge is still reading the ruling, and so far what we can tell you that has been read is what we've been providing to you. We'll go over the previous statements made by His Honor Judge Roosevelt Zewilly of Criminal Court A here in Monrovia County. And this is a recap. 4 institutions were subpoenaed. We see Senator McGill has exited the court. Let's see if we can get quick words from him as he's here. Senator, yeah, we know we're still waiting for the ruling, but why are you here, sir? Why do you find it to be here?
I just wanted to follow the ruling to know what the court will say. But the court hasn't ruled yet, so I can make a comment.
Yeah, like halfway by.
Yeah, but I got to rush to work. I got to rush to work. I thought we were just going to be telling me ruling.
But you've been listening to statements by the judge. What do you think it is? He said the Asset Recovery has got the authority, their legal body, and the rest. What do you think it is headed to?
No, the judge has not said that yet. The judge is just reading the position of each of the the lawyers. What the judge is reading, asset declaration, asset the asset for own position, and they read the defense, the respondent position. So the judge haven't made any ruling, so I can't make a comment.
What does this mean for the get a hint to where he's laying?
I don't know. The judge can read aloud and make a final ruling, but after the ruling, I'll make a comment.
Are you here representing the CDC or yourself as a person?
No, I'm the chair of the CDC caucus. I'm a senator of Liberia. I have interest in the case.
No, my question is if you here represent the CDC or yourself.
I'm not sure CDC, but I have interest in the case.
What interest have you in the case?
I'm a Liberian citizen. I'm a senator. Also have interest in the case.
Do you think they're coming one step too closer to the former president?
Let the ruling come. I'll make a position statement after the ruling.
Okay, so he's careful with his words. The Margibi Senator, Nathaniel Fallow McGill, former Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, now Senator of Margibi County, being very careful, very measured with his words as to where it is headed as of this moment. According to him, he thought this was just going to be a brief, ruling, but it has lasted beyond the time that he had allotted. So he's making his way to work. Well, whether or not he has chosen not to sound excited or anything, but the body language of the senator, his tone and everything sounds more hopeful, than more resolved. By the end of the day, we will be bringing you all of what is unfolding in the court. We will be bringing to you what is all unfolding, and we can tell you for sure that the ruling has not been handed down. That is for sure. The judge has not ruled in this petition. He has not granted the motion or denied the motion. That is far from what is unfolding. We're still reading you transcripts of what is happening in Criminal Court A. He has not handed down his ruling. And as I said earlier on, we cannot predetermine what the ruling of the judge would be. The judge could either grant the motion or deny the motion. But one of those two must be done today. And depending on what the ruling will be, we'll see what the next course of action would be. So it's a lengthy process. I can tell you for sure it's not a quick in, quick out process. It's going to take some time. And as I said, we are doing our best to give you more updates. Senator McGill has left the building. He's left the grounds of the Temple of Justice. According to him, he's making his way to work. Just next door is the Capitol building. Well, we will be trying to give you more updates as well. Folks, keep watching Spoon TV. We remain live here. You should bear with us that we'll have breaks and pauses, stepping away from the lens of the camera, but we will be providing you updates as to what is unfolding in Criminal Court A. It's not a crowded court ground this Tuesday morning. Heading to the afternoon, we've got approximately 12 minutes to 12 midday. In Liberia, it's not a crowded court ground as compared to when we were here a couple of weeks back for the contempt hearing of Prophet Key. It is not that as it is, but we will be trying our best to provide you all of the updates. We will be trying to provide you all of the updates as we can get those updates for you. So we're waiting on more updates, folks. Trying to get you more updates as compared to still just providing you out of court analysis. But the updates are, slower incoming than what what we started, and that because of the network connectivity issue. But we will be doing a recap on what has been unfolding in the court. Earlier we announced that the Margibi County Senator Nathaniel Fallow McGill was in court. He has left the courtroom. According to him, he needs to go to work and do the people of Margibi, the job for the people of Margibi County that he was elected to do. So he has left the grounds. Question him about where he thinks this ruling will lean, or where would the ruling fall, or what will be the ruling of the judge. And he said, well, it's still far-fetched to give a definitive position. Judges might say one thing in prior to making their pronouncement, and once they give the actual ruling, it might be different from all of what they started saying at the beginning. He declined on talking about which side this ruling is going to go, but he said after the ruling, he will definitely have a press conference to speak to the ruling. Well, we'll be awaiting to attend that particular press conference. One of out of the most notable names there in the court, Senator McGill has departed the courtroom. So we are trying to give you more updates, trying to get in touch with our correspondent. The network issue is dealing with us, not in a pleasant way, but we have to keep trying to bring you information and put you on the spot. Cameras are not allowed in the court unless otherwise granted by the judge, so we are outside. That's the best we can do. We have to come up with engineering means and measures to put you in the courtroom, even though we ourselves cannot be there with the cameras to bring you all of what is happening. This is not a trial. This is not a trial. It's just a ruling. The petitioners file a motion to the court. They file for the judge to quash the subpoena issued them by the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force based on grounds that they lacked the jurisdiction. Now, the subpoena itself is not under question. It is not the subpoena that is under question. It is the issuance of the subpoena, whether or not the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force has got the jurisdiction to do so. And by jurisdiction, meaning the authority, to do so. Now, that is what is under question now. If the judge upholds the petitioner's request and say, yes, I do agree with all of the laws and all of the arguments, reliance on the laws and precedents that, look, the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force lacks the jurisdiction, he is going to rule in the petitioner's favor and quash the motion. If that is done, again, we're speaking of ifs, then what would be the next step by IREP to, if this will they still pursue going after the Clark Hope Foundation, because they've got the notion, they have the belief that as per their mandate to recover public assets that were privately converted, to recover monies, to recover properties, and the rest that are meant to be public monies and properties that were misappropriated or misused is part of their mandate. And so they are of the belief that the Clark Hope Foundation, through by extension the Clark City of Hope, used public monies to be established and donations to be constructed, has been using public monies and donations for its operation. That is the belief of the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force. So that is now caused. They then issued a subpoena to BMC, Building Materials Corporation, the company that did construct the Clark City of Hope, to provide all of their documents, all of their receipts, all of their construction contracts, all of their invoices. According to what we've gathered from the court, BMC obliged. They also subpoenaed the Rural Renewable Energies. They subpoenaed another company to provide information. According to what we've gathered from the court, is that these are all in line with a chain of investigation. So let's go back and see if we can get more updates. Sadly, we're not getting updates coming in as we speak. We are not getting updates as we speak, which is one of our foremost reasons for being here. We'll see if we can try and use another means of getting you updates. Give me a minute, folks. Let me step away for a minute. my colleagues will be keeping you.
Folks, we are still here at the Temple of Justice in Monrovia, where the Supreme Court of Liberia is ruling into a case involving the Cloud Hope Foundation, an institution owned by the former First Lady of the Republic of Liberia, Madam Clara Maria, and that case is involving the foundation and the asset recovery and property retrieval task force. And so the judge, Roosevelt Zerwidi, is providing the ruling into that case today here at Criminal Court A at the Temple of Justice in Monrovia. This is Gabriel Bar. I'm here with the entire crew, and together we're going to bring you up to speed with major developments here today at the grounds of the Temple of Justice. You listen to Diamond providing you updates from the courtroom, and in there we have our judicial reporter, Melvin Jackson, who is covering that ruling, and he's providing updates to the team out here. And as the update comes, Diamond going to bring you up to speed with them. So currently the atmosphere here is cool. It's not as compared to the one we observed during the case involving Prophet Key and the Chief Justice of Liberia, Yamin Bweze. So though they are not the same case, but they involve public figure, people connected to political individuals. The former First Lady is the wife of the former President George Weah, who is a political figure in Liberia. So people expected this place to be jammed with supporters of the Coalition for Democratic Change of former President George Weah. But this is not the case. The grounds of the Temple of Justice is cool, and people are just moving about their normal basic. But howbeit, we are still here, and we will update you as we get updates from the court room where the ruling is being held right now at the Temple of Justice. So just taking a story with us, Sport TV is still live here at the Temple of Justice in Monrovia. Where justice must be done to all, as the slogan of the Temple of Justice in Monrovia. This is the current look of the Temple of Justice. Everything is at normal here. There is no tension, there is no battle cry, there is no political thing here in defense of the former president's wife foundation. So, folks, we are still here, Spoon TV, live from the Temple of Justice in Monrovia, and we are here to bring you updates in the case involving the asset recovery team and the Clara Hope Foundation of former First Lady Clara Maria. Currently, the lawyers of the both parties are in the courtroom defending their side. And we have Melvin Jackson, who is our judicial reporter there, and he's providing our updates as the ruling unfolds. So keep posted, stick and stay with us. Don't you go away as we do our best to inform you as relate to this case here at the Temple of Justice. So the presiding judge is expected to determine the next course of action as the ruling unfolds here at the Temple of Justice in Monrovia. Later, after the ruling is being announced. So this is Sport TV from the Temple of Justice. My name is Gabriel Bar. I'm here with Damas Lanko Johasi Joe and Emmanuel Phillips, and together we are bringing you updates from the case involving the Clara Hope Foundation situated in Marshall and the asset recovery team, a task force that was funded by President Joseph Blocker through executive order to investigate and retrieve government asset, government resources used by former government officials to acquire wealth of properties. So other updates from the court, you listen to Diamond, he read that earlier from the court. The resident that's presiding judge, Roosevelt Zerwedi, required to the foundation, that's the Clara Hope Foundation, to provide legal documents related to its funding and construction. So the court is expecting records of funds received from individuals, government institutions, and international partners that led to the construction of the Clara Hope Foundation there in Marshall. Because earlier the former president said she got money from international partners, donors that funded the construction of that area. And so the court is requesting documents, financial documents relating to funds that were generated to construct that foundation there in Marshall City, Margibi County.
Yes, she needs to provide those documents that she's telling the court of the Liberian people that she were able to raise such a money to build such facility. She needs to definitely show proof of evidence, or else she's lying. She's lying to the Liberian people. She's lying to CDC. She's lying to the entire nation. Hmm? And justice must be done. It was done to Prophet Key. She's of no exception, or her foundation is no exception to the rule. Yeah, so it must be done.
What? So the ruling is very long. According to our judicial correspondent, the judge has been reading for close to an hour and a half. He started reading the ruling from 10:30 a.m. this morning. It's already after 12 midday, 11 minutes after 12 midday. And what we've been informed of is that the ruling is very long, and we should wait for the conclusion. But however, howbeit, we're doing our best to bring you real-time updates. So the important, I know someone will say everything the judge says is going to be important, but the important of the important ones, we will be updating you about that as well, because we are getting some messages coming in from our correspondents in the court, in criminal court area at the Temple of Justice. So once the judge has denied the motion, that is the breaking news. The breaking news is the judge has denied the motion filed by the Clark Hope Foundation, the petition filed by the Clark Hope Foundation, that Judge Roosevelt Willie quashes the subpoena that was served on them. The judge says he has ordered the Clark Foundation to produce all of the documents. So the breaking news is Judge Roosevelt Willie has denied the petitioner's motion to quash the subpoena. What we can tell you is the judge has said the Clark Hope Foundation must provide all of the documents, and it is overdue. They are to provide the documents in 1 week. That is the breaking news coming out of Criminal Court A, that Judge Roosevelt Willie has denied the petitioner's request for a motion to quash the subpoena served them by the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force. In fact, the judge has mandated the Clark Hope Foundation to provide all of the documents in 1 week. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is what is coming out of Criminal Court A. According to our correspondents in the court, the judge has finally ruled in that petition. He has denied the petitioner's request and has upheld the legality and the jurisdiction of the asset recovery. So Judge Willie has said the Clark Hope Foundation must provide all of the documents, in fact, that Their refusal to provide these documents has been long overdue, and they should provide all of the documents. These documents include list of donors, financial transactions, everything that has got to do with the establishment of the Class Hope Foundation, the construction of the Class City of Hope, and the operations of the Class City of Hope. So the judge has accepted an appeal. The petitioners have taken an appeal to the Supreme Court of Liberia. So even though the judge has
Folks, Spoon has a bad network, and it has been announced earlier. So the feedback I can get is from Spoon Network. And in fact, they are almost done here.
What's your name?
who are going to move them to their location. This visit to the National Port Authority was to serve two purposes. First off, His Excellency and his friend Bishop Cockins, they do a tour, an inspection of donations made by Bishop Cockins Church. Those were items for young people, various items for young people. We saw sneakers, toothbrushes. We also spoke with the team responsible, the ministers of education and gender, as well as Madam Mamada, who are here taking care of these things. And so we moved on to a section of the port where these items are stored, awaiting transportation to various places. As you can see, there are a couple of yellow machines already loaded on the beds of trucks. What you would notice is that they even have indications that they are for certain places. Like this one right here has Bombing County, flag, and the wards.
My job tonight is to welcome you and state why we are here. But in so doing, I must give you a reflection of why this is so momentous. After several decades, I would say, of conflict and chaos and crisis, we are here in the gardens of the Executive Mansion, a structure that reminds all of us of what Liberia used to be. The beauty, the elegance, the phenomenal design, the grounds of the Executive Mansion, where presidents have entertained, they have negotiated, they have taken tough decisions. This Executive Mansion ground is a ground of history constructed 61 years ago. 61 years ago, when we look back and reflect on where we stand today, over the last 61 years, Liberia has gone through different phases. And as it relates to international relationships, international cooperation, President Tubman stayed in this. And we can say President Tubman was the president in 1959 who went to Nimba County with the presidents of Ghana and Guinea and had the foundational meetings on the formation of the Organization of African Unity. That's the Liberia we reflect on when we sit here in these grounds. When we sit in the garden here and we look at the Executive Mansion, we reflect on that Liberia that President Joseph Yoman Boyka has promised the Liberian people will be repositioned internationally. That Liberia that President Joseph Yoman Boyka has promised the Liberian people will regain her prominence and her relevance. We're one of two signatories to the League of Nations, and at the collapse of the League of Nations, Liberia was there, one of 4 African countries only to sign the Charter of the United Nations in 1945 in San Francisco. And at this moment, when multilateralism is going through uncertain times, Liberia, yet again, is on the stage. And for the first time, Liberia has won an election to the UN Security Council, where Liberia now sits under the leadership of President Boyka to help to shape the future of multilateralism. On these grounds, we reflect. And tonight, President Boyka has decided that he would be the one to convene this year's engagement and New Year reception for the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, a moment of reflection. The journey that we have been through as a people, where we are now, but most importantly, where President Boyka envisages we will go. And by the grace of God, inshallah, we will get there. I think that deserves a round of applause. The fact that we will get there. So tonight, without much ado, I want to say a big welcome to the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, especially for the 6 non-resident ambassadors who this week presented their letters of credence to His Excellency President Boyka, the ambassadors of Indonesia, Venezuela, Slovak, Norway, Congo, and Algeria. You're very welcome. They say diplomats talk a lot. I won't talk much more. And at this point, I will hand over to the Chief of Protocol for the Executive Mansion and wish you all a very good evening and a wonderful interaction.
I think we can do better than that. Thank you. Thank you. In response to the opening remarks, I wish to now call upon Ambassador Ben Yala Augustine Gang, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Cameroon, and Doyen of the Diplomatic Corps, who will make remarks.
Thank you, Ambassador Kennedy. Good evening, Madam Dean of the Cabinet. Good evening, honorable members, excellencies of the Cabinet. Good evening, my dear colleagues, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps and international organizations here present. Excellency Mr. President Boakai, on behalf of the entire Diplomatic Corps in Liberia, I feel profoundly honored to take the floor to express gratitude to you for convening us along with our spouses. For the lucky spouses who are in Liberia at this moment, some are traveled and we regret on their behalf their absence, for convening us along with our spouses to this exquisite reception and genuine fellowship at the start of this new year, 2026. When I drafted this small statement, I did not imagine that we were not going to be in the confines of the cement of the main hall. I did not envisage that we would be in this historic garden deep in the heart of the Executive Mansion, where only intimates get to see the back of the house. Our appreciation is heightened because in the last few days, you have endured a dizzying roller coaster marathon of diplomatic travels. From ECOWAS security meetings in Ghana, Accra, to presiding with brio the 69th Armed Forces Day on 11th February, to a marked presence at the 39th Ordinary Summit of the African Union Heads of State and Government meeting in Addis Ababa on 14th and 15th February, where you took the laudable initiative of leading an AU breakfast reflection on the reform of the United Nations, to your prompt receiving of the letters of accreditation of 6, I actually wrote 4, there were 2 lost on my list, of 6 new ambassadors to the Republic of Liberia on 19th and 20th February. We welcome these new diplomatic colleagues whose arrival injects more vigor to our fold. Excellency, Mr. President, as impartial witnesses of the progress made in the last months by Liberia under your guidance and unassuming leadership, We wish to note at the political and diplomatic levels the intensity and single-mindedness of your action, and I cannot omit the complimentary.
See what the Lord has, see what the Lord has, see what the Lord.
I'm going to pause that?
Yes.
Okay. No? Stand up.
I have to sing up this.
Yes? Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the press. We are glad to have you here in the office of Senator Abraham Delon on this 24th day of February 2026. We're here specifically today so the Senator can interact with you and engage with the public on specific subject matters, including the recent submission of bill ranging from the claims code establishment onward to formulating and establishing the LBR-Radio as a statutory authority in the Republic of Liberia, and with other major updates that the public will be able to understand the workings of the Senator. With that being said, distinguished members of the press, they are now introduce you the Senator, Honorable Senator Rivers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the legislative pool, media institutions, accredited to the Senate. And good afternoon, good morning, good day, wherever you are following on the social media. We'd like to welcome all of you to our office. Just two things we want to give update. We submitted two bills, one on last Thursday for the submission to the Senate for consideration to establish a claims court. And today, we made another submission of a bill to establish the Liberia Petroleum Refinery Company, LBR-Radio, into statutory existence. And we wanted you to know that, especially regarding the claims court gets its backing from Article 26 of the Constitution of Liberia. In simple terms, the claims court, when established, will give the opportunity to citizens, individuals, private entities, the venue, constitutional venue to sue government and agents of government for rights abuse. The claims court, as required by the Constitution and Article 26 of the Constitution, will provide and will be the only platform available where citizens and institutions can sue government for rights abuse. Only rights abuse. Your right to live, your right to own property, your right to freedom. Once your rights are abused, there is no court in this republic that grants the right to citizens, the opportunity to citizens to sue government and agents of government acting on behalf of government when rights are abused. So the Constitution Article 26 provides that platform and that avenue to you, the citizens, to check government's excesses, especially when it comes to rights abuse. Regarding the LBR-Radio, we submitted today for consideration of the Senate, and I believe we have support of our colleagues to add LBR-Radio into law. LBR-Radio as an institution has been operating on articles of incorporation since 1978. There is no provision of any law that gave the governance structure of LBR-Radio, and no provision of any law that authorizes the president of Liberia, whether it's Joseph Nima Boakai today, whether it was Ellen Johnson Sirleaf yesterday or George Weah, or whether it was President Samuel Doe, there is no law that gave authority to the president of Liberia to appoint people at LPRC. So we want to give a statutory existence to LPRC in keeping with the provision of Article 89 of the Constitution that grants authority to the legislature to enact additional agencies and commissions, public agencies and commissions, and give them the governance structure. So we want to do that. We believe that our police will support those two laws, those two bills for passage. And I will be working along with my colleagues in the House of Representatives so we can lift the statute of limitation bill that put on the floor and was passed by the Senate in July of last year. Is before the House of Representatives for concurrence. I just wanted to brief all of these and then we can open up for question and answer.
Thank you, Senator. So we'll take the first 3 questions and then we'll proceed. Yes, please, Nelson.
Yeah, I'm Nelson from Spoon. So, Senator, my concern has to do firstly with the LPRC. They push now to take it to statutorily establish it instead of just article of incorporation. What is the LPRC going to do differently under this new arrangement that you're pushing for? Is it going to change anything that the LPRC has been doing in the past?
So we'll also be looking at the authority of LPRC to be regulator of the downstream sector of the oil and gas sector, and whether they will remain as regulator and just or as the entity of government responsible to ensure all the other functions that they have been exercising. We have the LPRA, which regulates the upstream sector of the gas sector, like they regulate NOCA. LPRC right now is the regulator, the licensor. LPRC is doing commercial importation, LPRC doing retail and all that stuff. So we want to put all of those into proper perspective so that LPRC can have a specific defined statutory function with the governance structure as to who can be appointed, what authority can appoint who at LPRC. This is all part of the reform of the arrest agenda to give this country a systemic structure that the country can be proud of going forward, so that one entity can have all these duplications of functions and power all assigned by a statutory act. And normally when you're operating under articles of incorporation by law, you are existing under the Business Association Law of Liberia. That makes you a private public business entity that must register with your business registration every year. I'm not even sure the last time LPRC did a business registration operating and relying only on articles of incorporation. We need to set these things straight for reform purposes.
So my name is Klamoto from the Liberia Investigative Newspaper. A few time ago, your colleague, Senator Abachi, also raised this issue about giving the statutory mandate to LPRC.
Yeah.
And you're also taking similar path as proposing a bill. Is there any collaboration between you and your colleagues?
Yes, indeed. Senator Abachi is also a member of the Judiciary Committee, and these bills will be before the Judiciary Committee. I just told you that this bill has some very popular support with the Senate, and I'm sure the House, and even LPRC as an institution, I believe will welcome this, so that we can structure this government institution properly. And then we can find a means by which they will be required by law to contribute to the national budget.
Yeah, Senator, since the introduction of this bill, talking about for the establishment of the claims court, there has been concern in the public that we already have so many codes established in the country. We have the debt code. We have several codes across the country. How is this clean code different from the codes we already have established in Liberia?
You have a duty, all of you, and all of us. Look, civics must really be reintroduced in our schools. And as a member of the Committee on Education in the Senate, we are engaging with the Ministry of Education to reintroduce civics back in our school. And maybe I'm running too fast, but we got about 10 schools already set up under the Ministry of Education, beginning with Monrovia, that civics will be reintroduced into by September this year. The academic year that will start in September this year, they will begin with 10 schools. Why 10 schools? I'm still yet to wonder, but at least it will be a beginning now. The reason I'm drawing all of that to come to the question is because sometimes if we understand these basic things, we won't argue. Nelson, the criminal code A, B, C, D, and even E that has to do with rape, D has to do with armed robbery, A has to do with capital offenses, especially like treason, murder, rape, anything that is especially not bailable. Those are criminal codes to which only the government can sue, because crimes are committed against the state, even if the person, the individual citizen, is the victim of that criminal act. Only the government can prosecute for crimes. So crimes are committed against the state. But it is the government and agents of government anywhere in the world that will normally carry on rights, fundamental rights abuse. There is no way. When somebody owes you debt, there's a debt code. Debt is a legal commercial transaction between two parties or more. It is not a fundamental rights violation. Let me break it up. If a police officer, unfortunately, used government bullet and shot a citizen to death, and that death is deemed to be also of order, they discharge that police officer, they take him to court, they charge him with manslaughter or murder. The court may find that police officer guilty. The police officer goes to jail.
So is it running all the
all of the
drainage?
you said, yeah. So your last visit when you came here, I wish they were done with it, but then they had not removed the expiry at this point. But then they told me that they want to be done with one month, then for someone to settle there of this good.
Oh, Government Bridge with the drainage.
Right now.
They want to be done with the drainage on both sides.
At Government Bridge, we done with the drainage, but we had to do the gentle slope towards the bridge. That we told you about the other day.
Okay.
So now they want to be done with that. Then they will come back here and then do the second layer of this coast.
What about the right side? We're doing the drainage on the right side.
We will do the drainage on the right side, but we want to focus on the left side. Then we will shift the traffic this way. Then we work on the right hand side of the road.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if not, we have serious issue with the traffic.
Okay. All the way down there. Oh, I was afraid.
So the zoning team marked some structures along the side. So when they done with the demolition, after which they contracted now.
So mark some structure on the side. I got to do demolition. Where is it?
Even the fence there were marked, the forcing the finish.
Yeah, so what you doing? Oh, the self. So that portion is the continent. Show the whole thing down there. Read inside.
It's fine. Like 30 feet. That's fine.
Oh, okay. But that's what LBR already. Yeah, but and that one also needs to move, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, but y'all informed that already. Officially, like so we just be looking at it, say everything will move it and huh? Yeah, but it's not, yeah. But what about the
so because we told them that we were busy with the levels of the road, so that's why they're working on the site. So when they're done with this site, they're gonna come and start to remove the
the city moving on, huh?
Not 100%, but significantly. Yeah, actually working along with us, I must admit. Yeah, corporate.
Okay, no, that is still corporate, all right. That's still corporate.
Just like the spill over from the manhole that we showed you the other day.
Yeah,
up to now, nothing has been done. It's still the same. The guys came to us one side, they said, when we're ready to do active work, they will come and dislodge. But then after 3 days, it will get full again because most of the lines along this corridor are all clogged. So the only thing, except the only way it will stop spilling over until they can dislodge all of the manholes on the corridor. They got about 12 main manholes, and all will have to be dislodged.
And more. So look, I'm here on the Freeport to St. Paul Bridge project. You know, I told you the last time about the situation with that manhole. And I've been told by the engineers here that you got to do dislodge of not just that one, but the rest of them before the situation can be taken care of, because every now and then you do a comeback. And it's very going to handle. Yeah. Okay, after Monrovia compound. You know Monrovia compound? Right?
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, right before you get on Lefoco, on your left hand side. Yeah. It's just on the edge, opposite on the end of Monrovia compound fence. Right before you get to Lefoco. I ain't see it now, you know. I just want to show it. Now I can say, you know, when you come to that one, I'll be full to see. Can't get too bad. Yeah, but you gotta try. Yeah, but this one we gotta try. Because once we get here and start doing pavement, we can't do anything here. We'll stop. We'll just prohibit the project. We can't do it. And we want to get to Super Bridge soon, yes, before the rain. We want to get to the bridge. Hopefully with pavement. And we're already working towards that. So this I'm already at it. I'm already on this. So yeah, I'm already here. You can see it. Not raining, it's already. So you see what I'm talking about more? See this whole place.
Yeah, but the drainage work, As far, yeah, we're going to do drainage. So the contractor wanted to do complete the go straight on the side. So you got it. But now that the whole focus is now on pavement. Yeah. The whole focus is now on pavement. But
but they said to keep them actually going to be so many because they said they always come and they do the stuff that you come back and use. So it's not. Hello. Hello. Okay. All right. Hello.
And so, folks, you're watching the minister's live tour along the Freeport to Seaport Bridge corridor. On the 15th of January, the minister toured for the first time here, and there were a lot of areas that he identified. He thought some works were not being handled within schedule. So contractors made commitments to ensure that these things are handled. So as a way of following up on the contractor's commitment, the minister has decided to show up this time around for the second time to do a tour on those facilities to ensure that the contractor's commitments are upheld, and that is the rationale of the tour today. So currently he's having a conversation with the project engineer assigned to this project, and they're giving him update on the progress level so far.
Oh, okay. On the side?
Yeah, on the left side. And then right after Point Junction, they did excavation and planning works for U-Drain to continue up to Douala. Yeah. But at Forward Junction, they're going to skip that because we will have to place a roundabout. Simple. Yeah.
We already roundabout. They're just not taking for that design.
Yeah, we already looked at that one. We come over a concept area there for the roundabout. The appointment.
We officially rotate.
Yeah, we officially rotate.
Because we agree on the roundabout. Yeah.
So as you can see, all year has been done. Only the second layer remaining. Yeah. And there now where you see the machine working, yeah, where we have started the slope from. So the slope starts on
when we have the space for the width that we need between the
each carriageway we have 8.75. It is very big enough for that because we have 4 meter for our 2 lanes.
Okay.
Yeah, and along with the shoulder or the sour. So it is wide enough to maintain the traffic. And once we're done with this side.
So by one would be what time we got set to put the second process?
He told me that by next week they want to start doing the second layer of this course. Yeah, but from this point, our slow start from here to go gently towards the bridge. we complete 1 kilometer of removing of asphalt. Then we start this.
Yeah. So it starts from here. Yeah, it starts from here to go towards the bridge. Yeah, it starts from here to go towards the bridge. So first they got to clear all of the material, then come on the side, do the cutting, then we start with the base coat. He told me that they were going to apply base coat throughout this section because we have a 10 cent here, which is good. So no need to put border. So they are going to apply base coat throughout. Will you check that good? Yeah. So what is what they told me, decided to reach out to my bosses. Yeah, and they're going to advise or approve that before they do that. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, we shifting two links on the side. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Yes. Yeah. How you doing? Good? Oh, those mine? You don't like? Well, give me one. So 2 will be on the side? Yeah, 2 will be on the side and 2 on the side. Yeah. So this center pier for the bridge, we're going to use it as our median. Yeah. This material is for how many meters? So we have 8.75. 8.75? Yes. Oh, okay. And our 8 meters for the carriageway is okay for this side. Yeah, 0.75. Then I make it. Take us some, huh? Yeah. Take us some there. Just that when we're done with the excavation here, when you ride in here, you notice that you can live it down. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. So you elevate a little bit. You will go around approaching LEC, then you start to go back up there. The drainage so it's a drainage within the slope. It's a drainage consider. Yes. For yes. Because right after LEC, we have a cross drain that are going to collect all of the runoff on this end and send it across the road. Yeah. Something that jump down will easily go away. Yes. So I don't stay there. Yeah, it won't stay there. It will go across the road. There's at the outlet, there are some people who built all the drainage. And the other day, I did call the unit director. He came, and those structures were marked and they were given time. Right? Listen to what he's thinking. Because somebody thinks talking is about zoning and draining and all that. So the places. No, I was telling minister that the other day, I called the director. He came, and there were some structures that are over the outlet, the drainage, and they were marked and they were given time to relocate because they would be burst. And we have to clean the drainage so that there will be free flow of the water.
And so, folks, the tour continues. We are working along the Freeport to St. Paul Beach corridor. And I think you've had the privilege to see most of the works that are ongoing. The drainage system is being worked on. Of course, an improved, up-to-date drainage system is being installed to ensure the sequential flow of water. Because it is common knowledge that asphalt hits water, and once it sets on the asphalt or the water starts to seep through the asphalt, it has a propensity of damaging the entire asphalt. And one fundamental problem we've had along this corridor is the issue of lack of control of the water system, or the previous drainage system was so narrow it did not take into consideration the condition of the place, because if you look beneath the soil, it's a little bit sandy, and so part of the engineering technique that is being used to ensure the construction of this road is to do a better drainage system that responds to the needs of the roads and the community dwellers, even during the rainy season. So all of these things are being done along this corridor to ensure that the people who are commuting through this corridor can have a better passage, a life of convenience, and can move their vehicles freely without any hindrance. So we are here along with the Minister of Public Works, and the Minister was just being briefed by the engineers that are assigned to the project. And as it is done, and it's a tradition at the Ministry of Public Works, the ministry assigns an engineer to each of the projects being constructed. That engineer serves as an eye to the ministry, and from time to time he or she briefs the ministry and the minister on the state of the project. So even if the contractors have a different perspective, our engineer will be there ensuring that they go by the contract terms, ensuring that they uphold standards, ensuring that the right things are done. That person serves as a liaison between the ministry and the contractor on the construction of a given project. So our project engineer has briefed the minister and his team, and they've taken that brief, and the minister asked some very technical questions about promises made during the previous tour, because the minister was concerned about basic things that were not handled during the previous tour, and he has explained to the minister efforts that are being made to ensure that these things are brought to stability. And if you can recall, just a few minutes ago, the minister was concerned about a particular drainage system, a drainage outlet that is in the middle of the road, and called the contractor immediately to find out why that particular place hasn't been handled as was promised. And so I'll get details from the minister later on how far or what efforts are being made to ensure that that situation is handled. But as you can see, this place is a mixture of mud and sand, and part of the reasons why this road construction is by far different and better off than some other roads is the fact that laterite is not being used to form the base course. The base course is being used. So the base course, the engineers are using aggregate, the crushed rocks. They're using the rocks to form the base course to ensure that it covers up for the muddiness and the sandy structure of the road, and provide convenience for the road users. So we are moving. See, the drainage system is being worked on. These things are done using certified engineering techniques, and the ministry's engineer that's assigned to this project has verified the standard and is ensuring that all of the contract terms are upheld and nothing is done outside the contract document. So the minister is here to verify promises made, commitments made during his previous tour, to ensure all of those things that were not done are done. It is a part of the minister's responsibility to ensure that these things are done. He doesn't just sit in the office and rely only on the opinions of the engineer, but he comes and sees physically what he's being told. So you see here, a modified drainage system is being built. They're cleaning the debris from the drainage, so they've gone beyond the previous point to another point, that is the catchment that goes beyond to the sea, and it is going to be open up. These places have been closed for a while. Yeah. So let's follow the conversation between the minister and the engineers.
So no need to do something new. I don't see why you want to clean it.
Just already informed that this is as far as this garage. So when you see in there, you also have to block listening to go. To go what? Yeah, so I took note on it.
To go where? You got nowhere empty.
It's going down.
We're empty on this side.
Yes.
But they let you work on this side.
Yeah.
Somebody gotta go in there quick.
They got it proper cleaning.
But do we see where a
Yeah, put the grass down. Now we have this garage here. So it is possible for us to go taking left on that end. So we don't have a parking left for the road. There's a parking left there for the road.
So how do you clean it? Because if you stockpile with materials, you need to clean it over time.
Well, it's up to our children.
No, not up to them. Up to them. You're not up to them.
This existing way, you have to clean it properly.
You have to go. You gotta find where it is.
To the inlet.
Yeah, you gotta find the inlet.
I told them about this yesterday.
You gotta find the inlet.
On the inlet from this side.
Exactly. Exactly. So you gotta know what the inlet is and make sure you close and seal up. So that if you clean from that end, there you go. Even if you're taking water from there, it's taking just water and not dirt.
Yeah, yeah.
Because otherwise, over time, you close it up and then start taking a lot of dirt here, that could be a problem.
They must have had a conversation yesterday. I got it down.
And so you follow the conversation regarding the catchment that usually stockpile debris. The minister is concerned about this particular place. The minister is concerned about this place and how they're going to work it out. So the engineer has informed him that they've jotted down the concerns, and in subsequent time they will ensure the full clearing of this place and the upgrading of this catchment to ensure that we have free flow of water, because as you can see, most of these debris that are here were drawn from that point, and it has to be cleaned all the way down to the inlet so as to allow free flow. This is a major catchment on this road, and one reason why there hasn't been a free flow of the water that lands on the asphalt is because this catchment has been filled with debris. Of course, you see everything there, it has been stockpiled. So those are concerns that the minister has. And in subsequent time, they are going to be worked on. That's the reason why the minister otherwise not to sit in the ministry and holistically be dependent on just the opinions of the engineers. He is in the field with a team of engineers to verify what he has been told or what is contained in some of the reports that are before him on his desk. He doesn't just want to read them and assume that they're all done, but he wants to see them from a very physical perspective and even gauge the opinions of other engineers that are with him as to the durability of the construction of the road and so forth and so on. So this is where we are. We are approaching the Caldwell Junction. The Caldwell Junction is still moving, and road works are currently ongoing on the left side of the road with the installation of the drainage system. We just passed Palmine Bridge. Of course, you see right here, we are moving. So this is a day's tour from the Bourgeois Island going to the Chicken Soup Factory. Going to Chicken Soup Factory and other places as well. So there are citizens along the road. They're in a jubilant mood, celebrating the minister for the level of works done all across the country. They are particularly happy about the current condition of the road. So here is where we are. The road is wide, it is convenient, and I think MBNC is doing a remarkable job to ensure that the road construction between Freeport to St. Paul Bridge is convenient. The architectural outlook of Liberia with respect to infrastructure, road infrastructure to be specific, is going to help in many ways. It's going to enhance mobility, enhance regional integration, enhance businesses. It's going to enhance a lot of things. So this is the ministry's mandate to ensure the construction of of the management, the effective management of the infrastructure sector, especially the construction of vertical and horizontal structures. And this mandate has been upheld in a very certified way. So the minister is not just sitting in his office and being fed with the opinions of those that are in the field, but from time to time he makes it his business to go in the field. As the minister is here, his deputy Prince Mama is also in Cape Mount carrying out inspection on the rubber sports corridor. It's currently on construction as far as the and so as the minister is here, they're using an octopus approach to what is inspecting projects in Monrovia County, the reports before his desk. His deputy has also gone to Cape Mount to verify some other construction projects. And from time to time, the minister will be in rural Monrovia and other parts of the country verifying those projects, because we can't just rely on their opinions. We have to go there, check, and verify that those things are done and done in the right way, and yes, in line with the contract documents. So you see, we're moving forward, almost at Caldwell Junction. The minister and his team are moving along majestically. So we look forward. You can see the width of the road. The width of the road is so satisfactory. It tells you that this road is built to last. This road is built to last. The drainage system alone says a lot. It speaks a lot. And so we are here almost at the Caldwell Junction. We begin moving. The minister and his team of engineers from the Ministry of Public Works. So just in every nook and cranny of the society, some level of work is being done. So to ensure that our road networks improve a great deal. So again, we're here. We're embarking the vehicle. The minister has just got in his car, folks. So we are going to another destination. Let's see how soon we get down. If it is not possible immediately, then we could cut off the live. But in the meantime, let's see what happens in from the next 2 to 3 minutes. Let's see how far it goes. But I'm very optimistic that we will soon get down, so there's no need to disconnect. We'll be on at least momentarily until otherwise decided by the Minister of Public Works, this particular delegation. So we just left from Freeport of Monrovia and almost at Caldwell Junction. And as we're moving, who are dwellers of these communities on the Bourgeois Island, we're very, very happy about what they are witnessing with their own eye. They never believed that in the shortest possible time, such a massive work would have been done on the Bourgeois Island Road, because this place has been one of major problems we've experienced in road infrastructure. They found it difficult to move from point to point, especially Douala. Douala was nearly impassable because the marketers had encroached on the road, and the road was narrow, everywhere was bumpy, and the place was so impassable. Now, in the shortest period, the ministry's operations has dramatically transformed the entire corridor. The ministry's operation has dramatically transformed this corridor, and we are currently making progressive moves. We have managed to get the marketers back to their normal selling areas, and the contractors have taken siege of the road. They are currently working, installing drainages from both ends, and they are making impressive moves. So we're currently at Point 4 Junction. Point 4 Junction, there where we are. We're moving, and as you're quite aware, the Point 4 road that connects the island clinic from the back over the swamp has also been contracted out to another company, and they are building this road, they're redoing this road to connect behind Island Clinic as a bypassing the entire Douala. So those who are even using this route If they do not want to use the strip dweller route, they can oftentimes use the 0.4 road from the pass through 0.4 and get behind Allen Clinic, and they just move on to Broadville and other places. So we're creating alternative routes as well. So they will construct a bridge over the river there at the back of 1-4 to connect Allen Clinic. As I speak to you, works are currently ongoing. The contractors are deployed fully and they are handling that task. So we're not just constructing the road from Freeport to St. Paul Bridge, but we're also creating alternative routes that get you to Broadville. As you're quite aware, the legislature recently rectified an agreement that will witness the construction of the road with the same 4 lane from St. Paul Bridge to Bowaterside. So from Freeport all the way to Bowaterside in the next 3, 4, 5 years is going to be a 4-lane road. So it's going to enhance regional integration to a very large extent. It is going to open up, as you are quite aware, Douala market has been one of major marketplaces in Liberia, feeding us with different commodities from different parts of the country. And if Douala happens to is going to other well. So currently,
That corner. No, but I got to identify the places I went to. They can stay.
They can stay.
Yeah, so then we market. Huh?
It's not right because they should not have even built in the space.
Oh, they should not even build that. Okay, so I don't know rap. Okay. That transmission line, what's going to happen to it? That transmission line standing right there. It can stay, Enzo. It can stay. Huh? Put it in the back small?
Yeah. Once you clear that place, you have a space.
So some of these lines, the other transmission line, they gotta go?
Yeah, they have to go. They have to go to that. But the thing is that they run about this space. There are people that will come inside here.
Okay, so the mark on the post, at least you gotta get prepared. So we come here, we mark the post, at least you gotta get prepared to start to do it. You can't wait. When they get here, they say they gotta move the post. LEC said gotta prepare for it. So gotta mark the post, officially communicate with LEC on the post that it should move from along the corridor. So we don't get stuck with it. Even if we go further down, you got looking further down there, you can still see.
This side. All that goes to this side. All that goes to this side.
No, but before you go there, let LEC know the post that they need to move, if they need to move. can't make it. You can't wait to go there first to work there before they move. What I'm saying is, the community will agree. We will officially let LEC know the pros. They will be rated officially within the corridor. Sent to LEC. They are the television will work with LEC alone. But they have to be informed officially. Okay, you can't decide you got to move the then you got to move them where you got to move that one. Let's look at all the posts that they need to move. Bring LEC people in, they can write officially say, the posts within the limit, you got to move it. You got to be informed. Because they'll take the time to prepare for it to buy the money. So while we're working this side, they can start to move the story. So you don't finish the other side, then the posts are still. That's officially informed.
We get information.
Yeah. Look at all the posts that they post. Let LEC on the side. All the posts on the side. I said they're replacing them with the concrete pole or the sea pole now. Whether at the beginning of the side, it's easy for them. But at least they know that they gotta move it. And then where they gotta move it. But we gotta show them where they gotta move it.
Yeah.
So they don't just move it.
So you go out wait, go and go way along with you, tell them where they should move it. You have the demarcation. Huh?
Margaret, 1 minute. So the finish because they said they could not, because of the addendum that was almost like equal to the contract, they could not do it. They were going to double do one, almost like it. The layer there, they're going to know in the Samokatan, that section that was used for concrete. They're not used to concrete anymore. But they're going to use, they're going to double this, use the asphalt. They started doing that already. They finished it already. So we're coming back with a pass to see. All right, so let's go to the beach. We're coming back, we'll pass through that side. You have to go to. All right.
So the concerns have been practically addressed because the minister was concerned about the transmission line because the road construction takes into consideration the removal of many structures, inclusive of public utilities like the transmission line. He was concerned about the one across the road there, how being there whether it will impact the road or not. And those things were explained. Later on, the technical decisions will be made, but we are where we are. And we are going beyond the Cardwell Junction. So we are embarking the vehicle once again to go. So just stay with us. We'll go to Douala. We're already passing Cardwell Junction. So this they provide a basic explanation. He takes so seriously, and his technical assistant is with him, jotting down and in the subsequent time after this report, he will be briefed adequately. All of the concerns that will be brought before him, and among other things, they will take time to come and do the inspection yet again based on the concerns that we are currently gathering. So it is a continuous process. You can stop until the project is finally concluded. So you wouldn't even believe that we're in currently. As you see, the place is wide open. Yeah, even though the road construction hasn't hit mainland Douala like that, but you can see that they're carried far away. People are carried far away. So before the road commences here, of course, you see these public utility lines will have to be removed. And it is my understanding that the communication has been sent to the Liberia Electricity Corporation along with the telco to ensure the removal of these utility lines. And for these utility lines to be removed, of course, they have to be paid for through the road fund. It is part of road construction. They have to be paid for. And other properties that were in the alignment of the road, the surveying process, those properties, once they were not in violation, they were not grossly encroaching on the road, they were paid for through a certified process, the resettlement action plan that is handled by our Division of Environmental Safety at the Ministry of Public Works. And they were dealt with, those properties were paid for. So the road is currently clear, the corridor is clear, except these utility lines that are currently under discussion. So once these utility lines are removed and taken far away from within the median of the road, of course, construction will go on. So as you can see, from Freeport all the way to Caldwell Junction, active works are ongoing on both sides of the road. They are either laying the base course, the sub-base course, or they are carrying out drainage installation to ensure that that the road is guaranteed. One thing I think many of you did not notice, most of the road constructions, you realize that they will use lateral to form the base and the base course. And so the sub-base course, then they do the base course, can quickly be saturated by water. So they're using aggregate. They're using the crush racks. They're forming the base course, the sub-base and the base courses. That means where we are. We're currently crossing Douala, going to Kuwait. Of course, there's a bypass right here. As I told you earlier on, that the ministry isn't just constructing the main Freeport to Simple Beach Road. We're creating alternative routes. So from Point 4 to Island Clinic was created, and from the Caldwell Bridge, passing through behind the beer factory and upward here, we've also created an alternative route here, for those that are coming from inside Caldwell. You don't have to come and pass through Douala. You don't have to traverse through that place. You just pass at the back of the factory and you pass through the old compound there, and then you are right back on the road. So those are alternative routes that are being created. And one assessment that was done recently when the minister came here for his first tour on the 15th of January was that the road that will be connecting from Point 4 or Nuku Town to the Island Clinic, that road comes back on the main Douala Road, Simple Beach Road, and it is our understanding, based on engineering survey, that the road connects Caldwell. So efforts are being made to ensure that the road is taken from here all the way through Caldwell. So you'll be driving from Point 4 Junction through Nuku Town to Island Clinic, and you cross the main road. You're right to where Island Clinic connects the main road, and then you.
So in that event, of course,
So good afternoon, folks. So, folks, welcome back. We're at the connection that connects Pago Island to the 72nd Boulevard. If you look right here, you see the 72nd Boulevard. The main 72nd Boulevard is right there, where you see people walking, you see vehicular movement. And this way is Pago Island. Pago Island is right here. So we are working at a very high speed to connect these places. So even without pavement. You can drive your car from behind the ministerial complex through from Allison Street connecting Oro. You can drive your car through that place along this road all the way and connect the 72nd Boulevard. So even without pavement, the road is ready for vehicular traffic. It's ready for vehicular traffic. So the road has been opened up. They're only doing compaction of the lateral that they use across the swamp to develop some firmness. But the road is open up, as you can see. And we just left the Ghannaville Chigisu Factory Road. So we're using this road. We're not passing at the Boulevard Junction. We're not using that side. We're using this road to traverse through Pago Island, and then 540, the Peace Island, and through Allison Street and onwards the Old Road. So you have an alternative route. If you're going to town or coming from town, you're using the 72nd Boulevard and don't want to be bothered with the traffic there, you can use this. You take a U-turn, a left turn through the Allison Street, come through by the Peace Island, the Pagos Island, and then you are on the 72nd Boulevard. And you drive towards the main Japan Freeway. So it is very interesting. As the minister is moving, we're identifying structures that have encroached on the right-of-way, and it is evident that some of these structures have grossly encroached on the right-of-way. Like you see the stairs. We talk about the current position of some of the utility lines and so forth. Those things are very, very important. The stairs built along the alley on some houses. Those stairs will be taken out, and once the road is realigned and we get the right width of the road, determine the carriageway, of course, the buses will go on. But in the meantime, it is my pleasing honor to announce to you that this road has been opened officially. It has been opened up officially. Yeah. This road has been opened officially. You see, we're walking up to the Pagos Island. At first, it seemed impossible when it was earlier announced by Minister Roland Lafayette-Giddens, but today you are beholding the reality before your very eyes as the road is now open. And the Minister of Public Works is here walking this road and seeing for himself what he has been told or what was reported before his office. So you see, we're walking through Pagos Island. Pago Island is opened up, and you can just drive your vehicle and bypass the entire Tubman Boulevard traffic. It is very important. I think the minister is interacting with some community dwellers. Let's get to know what is being discussed.
Good. So, what the community think about what we're doing?
Very impressed.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
Yes, yeah.
And willing to cooperate, huh?
Yeah, very much.
Okay.
We're so excited. So we can pass back to say thanks, and we appreciate your effort, and even to the team.
Thank
we
you.
Welcome you people again in our community.
Thank you. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a good while because the road, building the road it's not one day.
Yeah.
It takes time. There's several other stages to get it to where it should get.
Yes, sir.
But thanks for the cooperation. I see that the people are cooperating. Even places that were supposed to demolish they rather will just give it a month. These people right here don't have to open that shit up. A month. A certain piece will take up. But thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome again.
Okay, mommy. So we also considering the wallet now as well. Yeah. Because we agree that we're gonna open this up. Yeah, it has to be that. Yeah, it has to be that way. You can't just run a year 9, just be small. We gotta open it up. It has to be that. Yeah, it has to be that. You got there were a lot of bullets on you.
A lot of
bullets. Okay.
They are anyway. We brought several loads of water.
Yeah.
The people were
And they will go up. We're building up.
Yeah, we're going
up
up.
to.
We'll go up again. Maybe about a meter.
So how many on this? It says what 1.1.
Yeah,
1.6.
The distance about 1.6 kilometers.
How many cross drain we put in?
Cross
Besides
drain here, the main vein will be 2 cell box cover.
Okay.
Then on this side here, we're putting 1 cell box, 1 cell box cover, another 1 cell box cover. But it will be 1 meter, you know. For what we've done right now, you will see, we are afraid just in case the change of weather, if it rains heavily, we don't want to place it there. We're going to put in cross drain, you know, covered, temporary coverage.
Oh, temporary relief.
Exactly. So that the water, but the water here is funny. Like time like this now, it will rise on this side here. It will start going so. Then by in the evening or in the morning, then it start going in the other direction.
But I'm also very sure that when the rains come, you have to study it again to see to see actually where we need to do something in terms of putting in the maybe a drain.
Yeah. So what we're doing, the box cover will put either way it goes, it's ready.
Okay.
Yes. You know, because the 2 meter box covers, each cell has 1 meter with a medium, and then somewhere here where we put the release will be a box cover here.
Oh, it'll be a box cover here.
Another box cover will be here. Another will be over there.
Okay.
So here, this is a 46-inch covered under here.
Okay, that's for the relief.
48 inch, I'm sorry. That is just for temporary.
Yeah, definitely.
Water can settle too much, so it goes to. Water settle too much, so it goes to. But it goes both directions.
So under this one you got?
No, we got
temporary
another
relief.
one. We got 2. Yeah.
So the terrain is a right?
I said this place was a serious celebration. When we reached here, the people on that side, they were always on that side. What are you looking at?
I mean, it's right.
So then we're going to be here for a minute. So we're trying to create a turn around it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to build this up.
So we're doing the sister?
Yeah.
God, good.
Yeah.
This is will be a boulevard.
Yes.
And we go along there, we create a space.
Exactly.
If there are additional property that we have to pay for,
they are in front. Those property are in front.
We have to
do on Pago Island. Yeah. You will see them. For almost everybody on the road, they call them for boulevard, GNB boulevard, GNB.
Why, yeah, the GNB out there. So.
Oh yeah, well, that is thing is that Papa is how they say in Mexico. Pago Island here, America. So the water in between, they call it Rio Grande.
You say that it draws? Oh, Mexico bringing the drug to America?
Yeah. This is the main water vein. To backfill this place, it took us more than 26 loads. Very deep. So what we did here, we put in release lines.
Yes.
Because if you look at the Google map, you could see the vein way down along the place. So the 2 cell box cover will put it will be here. It will be here. So because of the main vein.
There's the main vein. Yeah, but you can see. You can see in the channel. You can see the channel.
So once we get it install everything, then before we remove this.
Okay. Yes. So a double cell, yeah.
Yeah, there will be double cell.
And that one will be what?
Single cell, but there will be a meter, wide.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
that's what the engineer from Peru recommended.
Nothing. Okay, so that's it. Yeah. The Pago Island already.
Yeah, Pago Island. No trucks are parking Pago Island. Yes.
I mean, this is
that's simple.
so
It's
sharp.
not that simple, but
Not that simple, but I mean, it's so sharp.
Around one small table.
Yeah.
We made it kind of.
But that's how it is. Everything does not come from. Everything does not just come from too much of sophistication, planning, or sometimes just it's spontaneous and happens, and you push it and say, "Let's go get it done." And you put the resources, time, everything.
Let me confess, when you give me the responsibility, I was brave, but I was scared.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know the first day you came there and you stood there and look at it and say, "Well,
And all this was fun. I mean, like this one.
You know, and what I always said to the Liberian contractors, there's two things you're doing for Liberian contractors. You're working to make money, yes, but you're also working for your country.
Yes, right.
So when you get a job, there's two things you see. You see the country first. You make the money, yes, but you see the country first. So service the country also. You know, the foreign companies, they're just doing the work.
Exactly.
They don't care. They won't make money.
For us, this is our country. We want to see the best.
So that's why I think, Liberian companies should take the work seriously. Take the work seriously, we're okay. You don't take it seriously, you're not okay. That's
Thank you.
Joke about it. Performance is the key for everything that we do, and that's it. There's no compromise on that one. So, but now everybody knows that. You work well, then you do. You don't. Because that's all. Let's get the job done. This is very good. This is very good. There's a lot we do. There's a lot we do. And we're trying to do a lot of connection now. We have our bridge unit now doing survey in some places where we do some of these connections. Some of them may be bridge, some of them may not be ready bridge, some of them could be, double cell, triple cell, bus cover, very possible to connect some of the communities so that, you like, for example, went back there to New Jersey yesterday. You can be right in New Jersey and go to Conway. Yeah, look and see Conway right there. Like, it's not even more than 200 meters. That's it. So somebody in New Jersey want to go Conway, you get a car and go for Conway, just come in. It relieves the traffic in on those main roads because, instead of coming all the way to Freeport, you turn in there to come in to go into New Jersey. You just call it from there. You're there. In New Jersey, you want to go to Conway, you don't have to come out there. You just go in the back and you're in Conway. And not just that, there's so many other places that we want to do it. So
they're connecting these three communities for the first time in Liberia history. Is unprecedented. They are all happy.
The chief, he had to pay for the grave. He paid for that.
There was a grave right in the middle of the road.
Yeah, that's social corporate responsibility.
Yeah. I'm so happy that we conquered this one. Well, it was my bigger worry.
I know you're still gonna be building up.
Yeah, we'll keep on.
But this is good. And think about what I want you to put in.
Yeah.
Okay. Once you put in those cells,
it will go.
It will find a way. By that time, and they find it into there. That's it. And besides that, this is not so much of a flowing water without a pressure. It's just a swamp water. So it's not that heavy to say about.
Yeah,
but you see the kids.
I understand the water table here rise with the sea level. When the sea,
Yeah. Now you're preventing cars from going.
Cars? Sometimes we release it when we are close, but for now, because especially the motorbike people, they like this.
Taste is small. Let us taste a little bit of what is supposed to be happening in the future.
Okay, if we created here as our parking, but if somebody is claiming it, so we want to create our own place right over there. Yeah.
Who claiming it? Who claiming it?
M11?
Who claiming what?
Somebody brought here.
No,
but they better get our own place.
Besides that, what they claiming? Let me know who claiming the swamp. They play that swamp. Who claiming
Now
the
the
swamp?
question I asked.
Who the price that? What are
they? When we knew they started here.
Pastor, what here?
But they can see this.
Yeah, but what's he? What he claiming? Just let him know where come here. He claiming nothing.
We
backfill
this. Okay, you see some of the borders that we put in? These are some of the borders.
Yeah, but you can continue to put that because the road is reaching that side.
Okay.
Continue to put the border there, you got who owns swamp?
Let's see.
Nobody owns swamp. It's for government. No, it's for government. They own no swamp. I wish you were here to tell you that he owns that. Where? Where? We're bringing EPA to start putting somewhere. Claiming property where? Who claiming property where? Nobody got property along this corridor. The entire place. Nobody got property there. I told the EPA to just say wetland, nobody should. God, no. Very soon people start drying their teeth so they got land to build. No, it's not gonna happen. Yeah, but EPA I just called it EPA, but I ain't gonna tell him. They have to do that in there. If got plenty to do, people just drying the swamp and just sitting out there, nothing. I am like this.
I know, right?
You can see this building.
Yeah, but okay. Well, what the cars? What the cars?
The cars.
They keep asking for cars. The cars.
Yeah, let's
go. We got a little distance.
Let's drive and go down. Let's drive and go up to here.
This is the Paco Island.
Now, yeah, you're crossing the Pago Island. We'll go through Pago Island all the way to another swamp. To another swamp. Peace Island.
Pago already. On top of you got land. You got land in the swamp.
Just for you, eh?
Yeah. Who shop it where? Who shop it? I'm gonna see anybody that swamp. You don't know. What's with anybody in that swamp? You don't know. What the community leader? No, they can't. We rare. You see people backfilling places already. I told the EPA bus. We're passing by this way, Jenna. You saw the backfilling of big dot there. You said that people drive the swamp, and this is not good for the community. All these things are part of the ecosystem. I mean, drive the entire swamp.
Yeah.
So yeah, really interaction. We've left 72nd Boulevard. We're currently into Pago Island. We're driving up towards another swamp that divides Pago Island from Peace Island. So we get to that place. I'm sure we'll make a brief stop, so there's no need to go off. We'll make a brief stop right there. There's no need absolutely to go off. So we'll be right on the live. I think many of you have seen for yourselves, because the world is a technological world. People do not create lies these days, because no matter what, people have a way of finding out if someone lies about something. This one is live. You are beholding it with your own very eye. And there's no other way someone can tell you otherwise. We just saw us on the 72nd Boulevard. We passed through the boulevard. We crossed a huge swamp. You listen to the minister and the contractor having a conversation on the difficulties they had to endure to ensure that this place is connected. And this side of the road goes straight up to Peace Island. But before then, we have to cross a swamp, a low swamp. So yeah, so we're going. You see now we're on Pago Island. It used to appear impossible for this place to be connected, but it took determination, it took patriotism to ensure that this place is connected. So Minister Giddens is largely impressed with the work that has been done so far. And again, you listen to him cautioning Liberian contractors to do their jobs. That as much as you have the opportunity to win these contracts, the government expects that you do nothing less than your best, because performance is the key measurement performance is the key measurement of how good you are. And if you do not perform to expectation, it is just obvious that you're not going to be in good standing with the government. So he has cautioned Liberian contractors that are now winning these contracts to be a little bit serious with their jobs, to pay more attention and take their job seriously, because the ultimate end is for you to be able to conclude your job. And I think I see the minister disembarking his vehicle once again. So he's disembarking his vehicle. Okay. Yeah. So definitely.
So what the state of the market? Yeah, it's a whole bunch. You want to come down all the way smooth right. Now market is very ready for. If I could bring this down, this is like go for the back. Otherwise, you're gonna underline. And we can create a rule for them. Even now, we can't use it. No, they can't use it. They are not using it for long. I think the passing of the person.
So, folks, I think you're following for yourselves. And there are a lot of little technical adjustments that are being made, especially for this point, this property that I was just speaking about, to widen the width of the road, because the minister is saying that considering the importance of this road, it wouldn't be good to make it narrow, and so it has the width has to increase, because this is almost like a third lane to the SKD Boulevard, and if it must be utilized in the best way, it has to be opened up. So he believes that this road must be wide enough to compensate for the traffic congestion that usually takes place along the Topland Boulevard. So he has asked the Division of Zoning to work along with our RAP team, that's the Resettlement Action Plan, to come and do and resurvey the width of the road to know what it is, and then increase the width of the road. And if properties will be captured, those properties can be marked, appraised, and the appraisal can be looked at the ministry based on the recommendations from the RAP team, and subsequent payments will be made. And those properties will be demolished to provide a space for the construction of the road. So we are here. I didn't even know that Paco Island is this big. Can you imagine? As huge as this place is, this place has been locked behind this place has been locked behind the issue of lack of pavement. And so no one knows the actual importance of this place. Little did I know, I only got to know it from the Peace Island angle, stand there, oftentimes just look over and say, yes, that's the Paco Island. So it will surprise you to know that there are a lot of huge buildings constructed along the Paco Island. It's a very solid land. That's the most surprising part about it. Although it may be surrounded by swamp, but the land itself is not swampy. It is very solid. It's a hard ground. And we're driving through here now to the Peace Island. A lot of surprises we're getting as a result of seeing this place, but the contractor did absolutely well. And let me inform you again that this is a Liberian contractor. They have opened up this road, and Liberian contractors are competing with even their Western counterparts. When the minister took over, he had this huge passion of empowering Liberian contractors, making them as much as competitive as they can to their international counterparts by exclusively putting certain level of works to their disposal. And he has said emphatically that the construction of lateral roads henceforth will be done by Liberian contractors. For the maintenance of our roads, they will not be given to foreign contractors, because Liberian contractors are now demonstrating themselves as being capable of constructing these roads. So a lot of things have been done, and you see where we are.
30 meters. That is the one we're working with here. The 30 meter, beyond the 30 meter, it has to be the same 60 meter system. So, and we didn't want to get in problem with the whole houses hanging right on the 30 meters. So we left it and then just we went through. So we can take a walk.
Yeah, you gotta bring. Yeah, that's a good one. You gotta bring. Bring the team. Amanda, y'all gotta come and yeah.
Amanda has done it.
Okay. Yeah.
Huh?
So I do the dimension for the because yeah. You gotta do it. Gotta clear out. I mean that horse, a new horse up there gotta go.
Yes.
That new one I see with the thing up there not completed. Because there's no way you can have it up there.
So who got a decameter here?
The one can stay.
Yeah, please let's measure this place here. And see how the 60 meter looks like. Because this one is more than the 30. Yeah, more than 30. You got a decameter? Yeah. Yeah, so here to here. Yeah, excuse me. Going way up. Look at the market that in the house. But right there, first next to that. Huh? 30 meters. 30? Meters, yes, meters. So that's about.
But as feet you talking about sister.
That's about 30. 39, we're looking for 60.
So go further.
So you see, that's why the market all the way there.
Yeah.
Where it could be a boulevard.
60 feet, yeah. Yeah.
Which is about 30 meters.
Right. Okay. How many meters there? I mean feet. Yes. Huh? 60? No, 60.
Yeah, but do 60.
Do 20 meters.
No, 60 feet.
60.
60 feet. All right, so this is the boulevard star.
Yeah, that's it. So let's you gotta take that same measure as you go along. Anything along there, and you gotta do some realignment on certain things.
You can do the rest is like a medium.
Yeah, medium or walkway.
Yeah, so 70 is better.
All right. Once the houses are paid for,
70 better.
Actually, this is the main problematic area.
This is
with respect to people's property.
Yeah, there you can do some realignment. I see fence. Some of the
fence in that shop there.
Yeah.
You know, all were already marked. That shop there. So
there's one on the side. Oh, also it goes straight to the house. Yeah. So I think that, so what we do now is to begin opening up, even if you don't do the work done. No, I mean to just open it up. Places where we don't have any equipment. We just open it up. I'll come in and see the places where you don't have any issue. We just open it up one time. So I mean,
yeah, I want focus for connecting that one. Once the soil is connected now,
yeah, then we start to do the road. Yeah, let's open it up. I wanted to open it up now, so you show exactly what we want to do here. So let's once you've done the connection, then we can go ahead and start opening it up.
Okay.
So then I come by some of the other place property we saw in front of that little and market because that's what we'll do. We'll do 65. Yeah, we'll take we walk.
You remember the other day you walk all the way?
Yeah, we stopped there on the rock. Yeah, nobody come here. Yeah.
But now, what do you mean? So put that
Well, what do you want people to do? So you can look and say, nobody come here, we have to go to the president. No, that's trouble.
No, we have to put that here.
The last video he prayed for your prayer.
Oh.
You pray for y'all?
Yeah.
Wow. They actually have it for the road.
So, but when we get off, This that's right.
Yeah. Go a little bit more deeper.
Yeah.
So that the slope will be gentle.
And then you bench always.
Yeah.
All the way down. That means we just gotta pay for the entire property up here.
Yeah.
So when they do the assessment, the whole thing got pay for the whole thing. You can do half.
Yeah.
They want to pay for the whole thing. They won't got pay for it. Yeah. You can. That one there, the whole thing got pay for it. I see they do mark on it. You can't keep it there. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna come here quick. If I would tell Ben, what Ben? Ben. Ben for sure, no problem. Yeah, Sonny, after. On the wrap, we need to just arbitrarily increase the amount. Yes. So let's go back and look at that because some of the things here we. Yeah, but okay. Step it a little bit because with other things, yeah, we can go to 5. Get to go to 500. There be other things in front of small stuff in front of have to do.
Yeah, like actually,
Open it at one time. You ain't gotta be big. Don't probably open it up. Let's show that this is gonna be a boulevard. One time, yeah. No. Okay. Where is everything? Yeah. Oh, okay. The whole thing gonna go. They wire up to that end. You pay for the private because why you do that thing?
Well, come and get what I'm on.
Yeah, you come and look at it.
So you see what we're saying, we have to take another gentle slope. Yeah. So like I was saying, that's the reason we have to dig a little bit more.
Yeah.
About 2 meters in a gentle slope so that this hill will reduce.
It's realistic.
Yeah, you see all
Look at the west one.
Yeah, I know, right? Over there, the Peace Island.
That's the west one. On the beautiful place called Mexico. America. Yeah. Restaurant and things. When I was to open it up, that's about one time. Then look up even. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what's again? Yeah. Up here.
Be careful.
That foundation down there. What?
No, come on the side here. Don't step on it loose. Come on it. Come in the tire here. Yes. Yeah. That's the woman.
Yeah,
but he's our strong supporter now.
Yeah. If I make clear on the rago, they looking down me. Said nobody do anything.
No, but on that day,
okay, yeah, go yeah.
So the road is going like this. But because these were not inside all the house, the school and all that, so we just took a way around it to achieve our
yeah, that's it. Could be there. Gotta go. Yeah, you gotta
align it. So we're done with the
yeah.
with the back cover.
I'm under there when it comes to the assessment. They consider that?
No, he didn't.
They gotta consider it. They gotta. No, you can't save it. You can't save it. I know you can save it. You can have a sharp curve. I think I got a count like this. You can see.
For review.
Yeah.
Because you see the other
Yeah.
two, you see the back cover, it's coming straight. And look behind you, see. From this place. By the way, he marked this one.
Yeah, he marked this one. He marked this one, sir. Yeah, that's what gotta go.
Let him go. Let him go. Let him pass. So the person demolished himself. You know, there was a building here. The person said he rather development he want nothing. He just, yeah, he demolished himself.
Marked the school.
Yeah, the school is marked.
So yeah, they're coming right.
It's not a entire school that just there's potion.
Yeah. Dust. They want water test you again, forget it. That's
No,
what
we're compacted. We have
what's
our
fine.
water truck. We got a water truck. When it rains, it will wash off.
But I told EP to come here. The whole corridor here. People will start filling the place. Say they got land.
So please tell them.
You might hear yourself set it up.
Yesterday was Saturday, but you can see now.
Oh,
We back to the place, so they just thought that
you thought about it?
maybe we'll just back to and give it again.
No, nobody put it nothing here.
Yeah, they pay for our time.
Yeah, that'll be there. It's gonna be me. Everybody gonna take it and start doing. Let's stay here.
So this is once we get this under control.
Yeah, we'll move
Then
it.
the road will be straight.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to spin it. Yeah, we gotta move it. We gotta go.
So from where all the way there.
Yeah, all the way there, yeah.
These will connect.
Yeah. And later we'll take away the
Now we're crossing into Peace
Amber.
Island.
You know, I've seen the price today to submit my document. So other schools, other people, yes. You know, they want everybody asking me unexpected.
Don't go put in swamp because it will not be enough. See the hill that was thinning? We're gonna bring it down, slope it, and it will level up with this something here, gentle slope. Yeah, this is a basketball 2-cell 4x4x4. It has a bottom slab of 32 or 30. 30.
wow. Yeah, this will take a lot of just
So
actually
actually,
relief.
we found out that this basketball they sell size for this place, depending on what we are seeing. But it was the first one, so whatever mistake we or two times.
Yeah, what
But
size?
we learn as we go.
Don't worry, that's okay. It's still good.
Yeah.
It's still good.
Yeah. So with this, even it can be plank, you know. Yeah, so if you don't can pass through.
Yeah, they can pass on it.
All right, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Okay. We're going. We gotta go.
Okay.
No, let the car come. No, let the car come. I come in. No, yeah.
You might have some cold water in there.
Water? Yeah.
I need to commend you again for that decision you came to see how peaceful the area is looking. How you that day you take that measurement, you told me, okay, let me accept that 30 feet. And then I see how everybody at ease now. Thank you very much.
Sound leadership. Look at the new the leader, the people.
Thank you, brother.
All right, Chief. Excuse me.
All right, bro.
But the way we're looking at 60, we're talking about the 60 feet now. Then I mean, they got this addendum for them to extend it. Okay.
Where is this? Yeah, where is it?
No, it's a road. You have
sidewalk. Close to that. So, 1 minute, because we are considering the expansion of the road as a boulevard.
Yes.
What becomes? How does that serve the?
We can what we do. We leave some of the street outside for expansion. But for now, as it stands, we are going by the current design.
Yeah, we can get an addendum on it.
Okay, so
we get an addendum on it. So all of the installations, all of the yes, with this.
So now we change order.
Yeah, let's see what it is. I hope it's within. But let's look at it. So we'll do it one time. Yeah.
You are right, Chief.
Yeah.
So we don't need to do the extension.
Please.
Don't worry. We'll pay you.
So let's see. How much is that? 3 or 4?
After this one, there are 3 more.
3 more.
Yes.
So it's 4.
Yes. So we expanded.
Yeah. So let's expand it. Yes.
Get water, come water.
Do it now.
Okay.
Do it now.
All right.
So do this.
Yeah.
So let's do it. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Based on Boulevard concept. Okay.
We gotta go to the
All right.
FE.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Hey, my man. What's up? What's up? Good. Thank you for the good job. All right. So we're going to Alice. You go through Alice's Street, and then we'll go through. Go on.
And so, thank you. I think this is the main area that connects you to the Peace Island.
Okay, folks, we are going to be doing a recap of the OKFM news. And we are definitely going to be bringing to you the OKFM on LBR set right here All credits goes to OK.
Improved with top-notch first-class
matter. And
two teams are playing: Atletico Madrid and Brugge, Bayer Leverkusen, Olympiacos, Inter and Bodo Glimt, Newcastle United and Karabakh. All of them will be slugging it out tonight. I know everybody will be watching for Real Madrid and Benfica tomorrow. Yeah, so that is that. Let's speak with Emmanuel Bala, our Bon County correspondent. This morning, health workers have abandoned work. They were going slow, and all of that. Then the health minister moved. So yesterday, Josiah Jokai went there. So let's hear from Emmanuel now. What is the latest update? Emmanuel, welcome to the OK Conversation.
Julius, thanks for joining me once more. Thank you.
Yeah, you have been moving between Banga City itself and Phoebe Hospital these few days.
Yeah, the work we do, that's what it calls for. We have to be on the ground to see what's happening so that we report actually what's on ground. So, I had to come here again this afternoon, following a trip again this morning when the workers were protesting. Majority of them abandoned duties because of their grievances and what transpired yesterday.
So that means even after meeting with the CSA boss, there was not a resolution reached.
No, there was no resolution, and in fact, majority of the workers abandoned. The hospital this morning. Only the Carlington team, especially nurses, were working, but all of the doctors are on the wards. But what we've gathered from the workers, especially the leadership that met with the CSA boss yesterday, according to them, their action this morning was prompted by the way the meeting was handled yesterday by the CSA boss, Dr. Joker. According to them, they were policed in that meeting. They were not given the opportunity to be heard or to say what they wanted to say. Only that the CSA boss came and read the CSA rules and told them that they violated the CSA standing order and did not listen to their concerns. And this afternoon,
before we come to this afternoon, did he, Josiah Jokai, say anything about that in terms of his intervention?
Well, we're not able to speak with him yesterday after the meeting. Right after that, they were in the put off. So
wow. Usually, Emmanuel, what I do know is if people go on such intervention mission, they would address the media after meeting with the people.
Yeah, but that did not happen. And again, just this afternoon, during the MICAT regular press briefing, it was announced that some officials of the Phoebe Workers Union were suspended as a result of yesterday's meeting with the CSA boss.
Oh, wow.
So that was one thing that prompted the workers go slow this morning. But as I speak with you, the Minister of Health is here currently, Dr. Louise Poto. She met with the workers, the aggrieved workers, a few minutes ago. Currently, as I speak, she's touring the hospital's facility to see some of those things that the workers have been flagging and those photos that have been flying on the social media. So she spoke with them after allowing them to express and say what's hurting them about the administration and what they want. She pleaded with them to return to the hospital, to return to duty, that she would resolve this matter in a week's time. They agreed, except that they're saying the CSA has gone ahead to announce the suspension of some of their members
And if that issue is not addressed, they found it difficult returning to work. And she had assured them that she will intervene immediately and see how that issue can be handled. Currently, she's touring the facility with the leadership of the workers' union, and the president assured her that he will speak with his team and they will return to work. Those of them who are to be on shift this evening will return to work while they look up to her for a resolution of this matter and to get a remedy to the situation.
Okay, Emmanuel, I don't know if you can get us on the live. I see DG Jokai is trying to call in. So if there is anything that we need to get back from you, perhaps you can just go watch the live and hear what he will have to say. If there's anything we need to get back to, then we'll do that.
Okay.
Okay, good. So we have on the line now Director General of the Civil Service Agency, Josiah Jokai. Welcome, sir.
My dear brother Julius, thank you for taking me. Good afternoon.
Long time.
Yeah, it's been a while. You
Yeah.
threw me away.
No, that you threw me away. Okay, so what was your mission in Banga Phoebe Hospital on yesterday?
Julius, I arrived 3 p.m. yesterday based on the gravity of the issue. And in my capacity as Director General, I had to make sure that we address the issue. So when I arrived there yesterday, I reported directly to the County Health Officer, Dr. Zobia. He was very receptive. He received me and my team. And immediately we mobilized the Workers Association leadership, the president, Mr. Davis, Dorothy Bain, Peter Follet, everybody involved, people who are considered the leaders. They were in that meeting. The Honorable Superintendent was in the meeting. The board of Phoebe was
We seem to be having
in the meeting. It was a huge meeting, well attended. Julius, we have more than 4 hours of constructive and productive conversation.
Can you call me direct?
And all of what he considers as their issues. And many of them, about 85% of them were human resource related issues. He talked about salary disparity, which, many institutions, employees have reported, as you know, in government. And I explained to him exactly the steps that were taken to address the issue. Some of them had misinformation about receiving their account balances. Why is it that when they receive their salaries, they will receive information from the bank to tell them that this is your account balance, and that's not what they want to see. So I had to explain to them, CSA is the one finalizes the payroll and submit to Ministry of Finance to pay, and the information they receive is not from Phoebe officials, it's from the banking institutions. Your banking institution telling you the status of your account. Many of them said they did not know that. Some of them had issues with the HR. The HR asking them to return, funds when they are suspended, and I deal with that issue. I clarify, I held the HR responsible for that, and I said that CSA will launch investigation because when you are suspending or issuing warning or want to dismiss, it has to be in concert with the CSA. So that was now on the Workers Association. And then I asked them, is there any issue of corruption against these people that you say you don't want? They said no, absolutely no. Is there issue of abuse of power? Absolutely no. We had a very good engagement. The president, on behalf of his leadership, agreed to re-engage with the administration. The administration made a commitment to re-engage with the employees. After the meeting, we all walked in front of Phoebe. We had a joint press conference, Julius, a joint press conference, which you can follow and download from the institutions that were present. The institutions were many.
Okay, so
many in Bond County.
So
we
where?
had a press conference right in front of Phoebe, main building. Every one of us spoke. I spoke. The president of the Workers Association spoke. He's on record. The superintendent of the county spoke. She's on record. The county health officer spoke. He's on record. Everybody spoke. The administrator of Phoebe spoke. She's on record. We all committed to re-engage. Julius, to my utmost surprise this morning, I learned that 7 of the employees went on the compound and mobilized their colleagues. They blocked the gate, they prevented the bus from entering, and they stopped people from going to work and disrupted working activities at the Phoebe. That is unacceptable. It's not only against their own principles of the agreement that we all had yesterday to ring.
I don't know. Could you call me directly, sir?
It's totally against. It's
Hello?
totally
Hello,
against.
sir.
It's totally against the standing orders. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, but because I think you're calling on WhatsApp. There seem to be a whole lot of breakages. Can we do a direct call?
Yes. Oh yeah, we can do a direct
Yeah,
call.
yeah,
Why not? Yeah.
Let's do a direct call so we get it cleared, because it seems you're getting a whole lot of people calling you. We are speaking with the Director General of the Civil Service Agency. Once he lands, we'll ask him the questions that we need to ask. Let me see if I can call him from here. This is the OK Conversation on OKFM 99.5. We are right here. Shortly, our Judicial Bureau man will join us all of the OK. So we have him on this end. Yes, so you can just continue from the this morning incident. That's the part we didn't get clear.
Absolutely, Julius. Besides this morning, something terrible happened, Julius. One of the employees, Peter Follen, went the 23rd, the day before I went there, and carried them on the different wards in the hospital. They carry cameras, they carry microphones, and they started going live, and it was bad. Patients started panicking, some of them running, some of them looking for clothes to cover themselves. It was bad in the hospital. But even as that, I advise them strongly that you don't do that. It's not your place as a civil servant. In fact, in the civil service, we don't unionize. That's what they call you civil. Respectful, patriotic, and Liberians serving their country. You don't do that. It is only in the private sector, according to the Decent Work Act, that you can unionize. Not in the civil service. The association is appropriate and is intended to engage constructively with the management and the leadership of the institution. This morning, surprisingly, Julius, they went and mobilized their colleagues, and they went on a rampage at the hospital. They stopped the employee boss from bringing the nurses. They said nobody was going to work. They closed the gate and they stopped everybody from working. Even relatives of the patient started taking them from the hospital. This is very bad. And in keeping with our standing orders, that is behavior totally unbecoming of a civil servant. You cannot do that. This orderliness should not be associated with them. There are channels established by the standing orders and the civil service. And all institutions are using those channels. When you are aggrieved, there's established channel. You do that. And so in keeping with the civil service standing orders, those individuals who went on a rampage and caused disruption and trouble and panic on the compound have been suspended immediately. We are constituting an investigation team that will go in there to investigate further what happened. And if the outcome shows that they did things that warrant further action, we will definitely take those actions. This is in keeping with the civil service regulations.
Well, did you? What I really need to know what were the resolutions that were reached on yesterday, and did you make any threats of suspensions of the officials of those protesting on yesterday in that meeting?
Absolutely no, Julius. Well, Julius, no. I said the discussion were constructive and productive. In fact, I told the president, none of you have abandoned your jobs. So you are on a job, and we are all going to re-engage. That was the language. And if you follow the interview yesterday, joint press conference we had with all the stakeholders, the honorable superintendent, the county health officer, everybody. That was exactly our position. We all spoke the same language yesterday in the press conference. We all agreed to re-engage. Nobody ever told us that they were going to deviate from what the understanding, the principles we reached yesterday. It was shocking today to learn that they have gone on a rampage. And yesterday I told them, I said, you have a sacred responsibility as health workers. You have taken oath to serve humanity. You cannot be the one exposing the patients dangerously and then being negligible when it comes to playing your role to give them the care, the optimum care that they need. I advised them, I talked to them, they all understood. In fact, they said it was an enlightenment. When you listen to the interview, they will tell you so many things we didn't know. Director General, thank you for educating us. Everybody said that. The county health officer said that. The administrator said that. The president of the Workers Association said that. The honorable superintendent said that. How come today now in the morning are they being teleguided? Are they being influenced by people? We need to investigate, and we will get to the bottom. It will be a comprehensive investigation, Julius. We got to get to it because our institutions cannot be like this. We are established to serve humanity. Thanks the public-private partnership signed by William Aratobo, I think it was in 1975. I'm not sure of the exact year, Julius. We can do the research. PB has been stable. PB has been stable all the time, a referral hospital, not just for countries around there, but for other countries. And we have had that reputation. We cannot have a group of people who will just come up with things that they themselves
if they have concerns in that place I think since the Saliva administration to we are and now this administration, if they have all of these concerns, then yeah.
Julius, trust me, I'm not cutting you off. Julius, I told them to compile everything and write to the CSA because we have the payroll. We have these human resource related intervention approaches and procedures. No, Julia, work like about that. I told them, I said, document all your concerns and your complaints. The president was happy. He said, yes, we'll do it. The county health officer said, but that is the procedure you need to follow. They all agreed. And they said, Director General, we will send it to you. That's why I said we had a constructive and productive conversation. And you know, we're not relenting, Julius. Julius, since we took over in the civil service, we have reinstated more than 80 people who were arbitrarily dismissed. In fact, civil servants are now protected than ever before. Nobody just arbitrarily suspend a civil servant or just dismiss them because there are mechanisms in place that protect them. Equally so, civil servants are under obligations to be respectful to their leaders and to engage them respectfully and constructively. That is totally lacking at the Phoebe Hospital.
Okay.
It's lacking.
Okay. Yes. Thanks so kindly, sir, for providing that side. In case Emmanuel Moba was following, is it possible to speak with some of the ringleaders of the protest? We know that the health minister has moved in. I don't know if there's anything additional we want to get out of him. We want to come to our main writing studio. Plenty things happening at the court. Share the video, invite others to join in. Plenty. Let's see if Emmanuel has something else to say. Just bear with me, folks. Just bear with me. Okay, let's see if we can get Emmanuel Bala back here. This is the OK Conversation on OK FM 99.5. We're still on the Bond County saga. We're still on the Bond County saga. Okay, Eman, welcome back.
Thank you, Julius. I'm trying to make my way back to the hospital where the team is to see whether I can get some of them. The minister had left the hospital and is currently at the CHO's office. So I'm trying to find some of these workers. I will alert you as soon as I get
them. Okay. Yeah, so once you get them, let me know. Once you get them, let me know. So we will hold that issue. I'm not ready for messages and calls yet, but I will hold all analysis and all comments on the Phoebe Hospital saga. We'll hear from them again. Let me see. I tried getting Franklin Dolokwi earlier. I'm not getting Dolokwi on this depth, so we will get him later. But a raft of legal decisions were made on today, and we have with us Watson Riches. Watson Riches, welcome.
Good afternoon, Julius.
Please speak a little louder. So.
Good afternoon, Julius. And it's good to be on your platform this
Yeah,
afternoon.
the man is always writing. He's used to writing and talking. Yeah, so yeah, bear with him. Yeah. Now, let's start with the George Wisner first. That's the smallest one.
Yes.
Yeah. What happened in court today about George Wisner?
So on today, the presiding judge of Criminal Court C, His Honor Usman Fekai, dismissed the case involving former NRC box. This case started since 2020, right? And Judge Fekai ordered that the case be dismissed or the charges be dropped against Mr. Wisner. It was an economic sabotage case, theft of property.
Yeah, I can remember that case. It came from when? 2022, 2023, somewhere there?
2020.
Okay.
It was in 2020.
That was long ago. Okay, let me just hold you there. I think we have Iman back. Yes. Welcome. Okay. Let me call Emmanuel Bala back. I told you it was a juicy news day today. Not too much analysis. Plenty news. So we are back in Bond County with Emmanuel Bala.
Yes, Julius, I managed to get the president for the Workers' Union, who you can talk very quickly.
Okay. Sir, welcome. What is your name, sir?
I'm Moses D.N. David, president of the PB Hospital Employee Association.
Why have you people been protesting, sir?
Yeah, there are numerous counts, but basically, especially the Phoebe Hospital we work for, the role of Phoebe are not being defined. Whether it is private, government, no one are ever giving us that clarity. So if you, they have their own payroll that they pay us from through, I think, allotment from the government. So, quote unquote, they told us we are all considered civil servants. But when it comes to the MOH people, they got a whole lot of benefits that they get. But people will tell you, say, when we fire you, you will go on your farm because we control you, because our payroll, we control it, because they give you what they decide to give you. So, we have said to them, let the authority of, the church and the government clear us so we can know which way we are. It has never been unclear. Then you got the leadership of the hospital, the IT administrator, the IT HR, the medical director. They work in the hospital, they are well. Anything they want to say, they say it to you and tell you, say, you can't do anything about it. And you know about it. Anything they tell you, if you think you're tired, you can just walk away because they will bring somebody to replace you because they control
But do they just talk like that? Is it not like people do something? They just jump out, they talk to you that way?
We are all professionals. Even if somebody told you something because you take gossip, if somebody went to you and said, I did this, a better professionally, maybe you call me to your office. But they address you anywhere, anytime, where they will decide to do it.
Were there issues of unsanitary conditions at the hospital? Were there allegations of corruption?
Because the government funding hospital, government money should be transparent. It should not be between 2-3 persons. When government gives you something for an entity that you are controlling, it should meet the consensus of those that are around you, especially the administration. But in the case of CB, it has never been like that. It's between 2-3 persons. Once they discuss, it's well, it's done.
Yeah, I also asked about the conditions of the hospital. Was it part of your protest?
But yeah, the protest is not actually Hemo Center, a patient center. If you look at the infrastructure, the minister was here. I took the time. We walked through the hospital. She saw the physical appearance of the hospital. She herself got broken. They are there, no material. You go to the laundry, hospital closed. People are washing here with their bare hands, and they would not want to see any of their immediate relatives to go through those kind of things. Those are treatment they are giving to human being here, and when you want to talk anything, they target you. They're not speaking to the staff. When they pass by you.
Now, the Director General went there yesterday. What did you people agree upon?
We did not agree upon anything in that he came with a mindset. So we did not.
No, he just told me on this video, you people had a cordial conversation. He allowed you people to speak your minds, and all of you spoke, and all of you agreed that you were going to write your grievances down, put it in writing and send it to his office, and those issues will be addressed from his end. The issues that have to do with civil servants and the pay issues and all those kinds of things will be addressed. He said you people even held a press conference after that engagement before they left, and you people agreed to go back to work.
No, that's an understatement. He kept the issue, the counts we have is 14.
14 counts.
It's our issue. It's just one of it in there. So he came and he cajoled all of us and carried us. We're in the CSO office. If there was a recording there, he alone talked. He explained policy that if we never knew what the civil service standing order says, so you are interpreting those different laws and what they telling us that in fact everything we're talking about, you're not saying anything significant because the interest is to talk about our issue, and the people are not doing anything. So nobody should tell him these people can leave from Phoebe because they are not doing anything. So when there was some issue,
but who down there talking behind you?
That one of the staff by him.
But it seems that man know the issue. The man that want to talk more than you.
Yeah, let me finish. If you want to talk to him, I'll get in the phone.
Okay, good. Now, but I am getting reports that despite the agreement whatsoever, and you say you put in regional agreement with the CSA boss, but you say you put regional agreement, and so they say you started protesting against this money. So some of you that are deemed suspended, including you.
Oh yes, this country is country of law. I'm not against being suspended, but suspension will come with the things that are dead wrong, and then the law will take a course. But if to tell somebody the truth, and that will lead somebody to suspension, the laws are there. I heard that, but I'm not deterred.
Okay, so the health minister went in today. How did it end, and what did you people agree on?
Oh yes, thank you. This health minister, this woman, she a solution. She a mother. She made my day.
Yeah, how?
Yeah. Everything that I presented to her today, there was no question to me. She turned around and told the Ariki that everything from the man's mouth is true. So we should tell them, we should beg them. We should start begging them right away. So she begged, and then she told me the people have been coming here and asking for time. The last time they were here, the superintendent, the county authority, they told y'all, first you should get them 1 month. Y'all battle here and told them, no, we'll get you 2 weeks. And they failed y'all. And that's why they told us stay here. So she told me up front today, because I'm marking the date, she told me beginning today, within 1 week, the solution to this issue, she bringing it to me. So, because of that, she asked me, can you talk to your people, because I can rest assure you that 1 week, you will get the result that you want, because you already won. So somebody can be telling you, I want this a trophy, then you said, no, I want knock it and break the handle. So I told her, take me for my word. I'm a general. I will talk to my able lieutenant, my staff. Beginning this evening, they are started holding them to return to work, because they listen to me, they believe in me.
So did she address the issue of your suspension from the end of the government, the CSA?
She told me, she told me that thing is something that somebody sing, but if in reality, my employer is the Ministry of Health. And
Yeah, but it is a CSA that is controlling all that thing. So
it worked this way. The Ministry of Employers will submit name to CSA, and CSA not just pass it around and say, okay, go to the place, just see somebody walking, okay, you are suspended. So that's the kind of way we're hearing it. But if succession supposed to come, Minister of Health supposed to be the one to submit to CSA. Mandating CSA that man should be suspended.
Okay.
Until then, I stay knowing that I got a job.
Okay. Now, so in terms of the two officials that went, the CSA boss went yesterday, the health minister went yesterday, you seem to be more happy with the intervention of the health minister than the CSA boss. Why? What is the difference?
The difference is that the health minister, she has the spirit of solving problems, but with the CSA director, what I noticed yesterday is like he came and caused more harm than bringing good.
Yes. Did he threaten any of you yesterday?
I would say yes, because he told us if he leave and hear anything that he had said we should do, and it would not go by air, we should know that we either be out of job. So it's a form of threat.
Okay.
And there's a guy that came from Cary, one Dr. Juma. Because when he came to us yesterday, while you are in our meeting with us, he told us he has the power. He can fire any civil servant anytime, anywhere. So he told us.
That what he said. That why he Josiah Joker said.
The director of the Civil Service Agency, Dr. Josiah Joker, and quoting him, he told us he had just fired one Dr. Joma from Cary. But it's surprising to see Joma just a few minutes ago showing me a pay that he told, he was paid this on Friday. There were issues of Cary and they went to court. So they stay with court. Our Director General come and say, he Juma been fired from job. He said to the office, he stay working. So the thing he told us, he has said to us is untrue.
Okay. Thanks so kindly, sir, for being able to speak with us. We sincerely appreciate it.
Thank you. I highly appreciate you. You're welcome.
Okay. What is your name again?
I'm Honorable Moses D.N. David.
Moses David. But before I let you go, I got to ask you this one. People say that hospital is always troublesome. Well, why is it? It is always troublesome. Is it? And others are thinking that some of you may have been emboldened by the promotion of Martha Morris, who was very vocal during the CDC government and made her deputy minister. So a whole lot of you now thinking too that when you cause some trouble, perhaps it could lead to your promotion.
No. Any professional person, educated people will not think in that direction. Once you qualify, once you fit for what people will see in you, like as I say to you, I'm the head of the employee association. There are some quality they are seeing in me. So that's why I've been charged with that responsibility. And now, my sentiment, and some other thing, we are not here because these things we want to correct the error here. We are not doing it because I want promotion in government. That is not true.
Okay. Thanks so kindly, sir. So much appreciate it.
Welcome.
Okay. So you heard him there for yourselves. So that is that. So they have resolved to go back to work following the intervention of the health minister. He disagreed with some of what the CSA boss said. So, well, we have Watson Richards here on the cases from the court zone today. Yep. So we're on the George Wisner case.
Yeah, so Julius, like I was saying, this is a 6 years running case. It started since 2020, and it was an economic sabotage, theft of property, and criminal conspiracy. This case was brought against Mr. Wisner by the government of Liberia through the Ministry of Justice. They had accused Wisner of improperly issuing an investment incentives or certificate to MHM Eco, allegedly causing a loss of over $8 million United States dollars to the government. And then the case was tied to a wider $7.6 million. So Wisner lawyers argued that this matter the NIC did not have that authority to give tax waiver to customers or investors. It was the Ministry of Finance that were clawed with that authority to give tax waiver. So based upon that, the judge of criminal could see His Honor Usman Feka dismiss the case without prejudice to the state. Yes.
Now, so that means the state doesn't.
No, they will not go for that case again. They just
so it was dropped. It was like
dropped. It was dropped.
You shouldn't bring it here. Nothing inside.
Nothing inside. Yeah.
So the man was giving a certificate, right?
Yeah, certificate of clearance.
Okay, certificate of clearance. So George Wisner is a very free man. That case that was hanging around his neck. I know for a fact that some opportunities he was supposed to get, it was like, oh, you have an indictment on you. You got to serve all that stuff. So sometimes you can beat it out. If they put something on you, they don't want to resolve it. It continues to go. Sure. Okay. Now we move on to the Samuel Twe and others case.
Yes. So this is one of the long-running cases since the government took over. I think since 2024. These were one of the first cases that the government tried to pursue, and then there have been a whole lot of issues surrounding this particular trial. At first, criminal could see the resident circuit judge were presiding over that particular case, or His Honor Blamo Dixon, and the state prosecutor filed a motion to change him. So that motion was granted by the Supreme Court, and then he was changed, and then he was replaced by His Honor Roosevelt Zeweli to take charge of the matter. So they had a preliminary hearing, and then the judge ruled that there was a merit within the trial. He found probable cause that they need to go into the trial, and then the Samuel Twe and others lawyer filed a motion for re-argument with the Supreme Court of Liberia. On the 12th of this month, the Supreme Court ruled dismissing their sending down the particular matter
that
to
the case should continue.
The case continue.
So today was to read that ruling and say,
yes,
we take charge again for the case to continue.
Yes, they meant it. So Twe and others have been arguing. They admitted that yes, we use the money, we use the phone. The phone was meant for national security. We use it, but we use it based on the instruction of the president. So they felt that they will honor that presidential immunity.
Okay.
But then the Supreme Court made it clear. So why it is true that there's a presidential immunity, but this presidential immunity is not meant for you.
It's meant for the president.
Meant for the president.
So we'll go back to court now to kind of explain what the money was used for.
Yeah.
Because I think that is what the government wants. If you say, well, are we going to hear national security matters in open court? So okay, we get the other million on the side for them to do this. Is
So
that what could
the
happen?
thing is, they are saying that the money was really diverted. It was not even diverted. It was not meant for the money that was meant for the national security. Did not go in the budget of the national security.
That is the
That's what they
accusation
say.
of the
That's the
government.
accusation of the LACC. They said
Okay.
the money was not in the budget of the national security. They diverted the money to a different thing. So that was one of the arguments.
Okay. Okay, let's see how that case will play out. What is it with the global Methodists and the UMC in do we have anything from that? I'm seeing different writing. Earlier people said there was some prohibition placed on GMC for UC. The facilities are for UMC. Now I'm seeing other writings that the court has lifted that GMC can go ahead to use the facilities and all that.
I didn't really follow that trial because I was in criminal code A, where in the asset recovery.
Yeah, that is the final one coming.
So the asset recovery team were at criminal code A. So I didn't follow that particular trial today.
Okay, we will see. We'll see who we can speak about. I'm seeing some media outlets also reporting that. I'm seeing the GMC has written something about that as well. That the Supreme Court has lifted the stay order and said they can use those facilities which the UMC says is there. If that is true, that is a landmark one. Let's come to the Asset Recovery and Cloud Hope Foundation.
Yeah.
What happened?
So again, there was a subpoena filed by the Asset Recovery and Property Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force.
Mhm.
They filed a subpoena. This is TICON. It's a legal word to produce documents, records, and pieces of evidence that might lead to trial or that might be useful in a court of competent jurisdiction. So when they filed that motion, there was a motion also filed by the Cloud Hope Foundation or management to quash the motion. They said the motion, they cited several counts. One of the counts that they cited within their motion was this was a jurisdictional matter. It was not within the jurisdiction of the court to hear this matter because they're saying that the property is located within Marshall City and then the case is being tried here. So, but then one of the arguments that the asset recovery put up is that while it is true that the property is situated within Marshall City, but then Section 5.2 of the Criminal Procedure Law says that a case can be tried in either of the counties wherein, for example, you committed a crime here and then you are residing in or Margibi County. So a level the prosecuting attorney to try you either in Monrovia County or they can try you in Margibi County. So that argument of subject matter jurisdiction was laid aside. And another thing again they talk about
dissemination of information. VAT rollout will strengthen democratic revenue mobilization. Yekepa unrest exposes Liberia's labor crisis. And that does it for the Oracle News Daily on Monday's edition.
The truth is our God is the motto of the Heritage newspaper. Muhammad Khan, volume 25, that's volume 29, number 35,880. And the front page says, Waka to head Henlo Global Peace Ceremony. Slovak ambassador visits Jetty Rubber Factory SRC. Holding on to promise, first batch of 137 yellow machines arrived. The back page of the paper. Ambassador Martin, what you say, again? Yeah,
Postavet.
Postavet.
I think it's from the Balkans.
Okay, Postavet, Slovak ambassador accredited to Liberia, visits Jetty Rubber Factory and the Cellular Rubber Corporation SRC in Yala, Magili County, Victoria.
Yes, and now the complacency, you will just lose sight of, you think you already have it when you don't have it. That's how I do my work. I don't look about way in front. Every day. I have a checklist.
Okay, of what you want to do.
Yeah, I have a checklist. I must check something that I've done every day until I get to where I want to get. And so Arsenal is playing game by game. And when the time comes,
and there will be no miscarriage.
When the time comes,
there will be no miscarriage.
When the time comes, you'll congratulate.
There will be no miscarriage. But I'm told sometimes you sit with the president. Good morning to you, Your Excellency Joseph Mwambwaka. And like somebody said, you need to congratulate the president for the arrival of the quote unquote, the promise made to the Liberian people. 135 of those machines arrive at the National Port Authority, or the gateway to our economy. When you're watching the game with the president, what feeling do you get? Because he's a fan of Arsenal. You see that kind of person, emotional. And, you know, sometimes you're watching a game and people won't kick, they won't, wow.
Why you want to draw the president in the conversation?
Okay, let's leave. Senator, on a serious note, how's Monserrado?
Well, we try under the circumstances. There are challenges. But since the coming into being of this administration, there's more calm and peace. All is not bread and butter yet. All is now rosy. The grass is not completely green yet. Oh, what are we in? As a government and as a county. In fact, right now, from the last 3-4 years, we have been pushing for the construction of the bridge in Ashland. We just had the Minister of Public Works before us last week.
Okay.
And he informed the Senate and made particular reference to me because I have been after that bridge in Ashland for the people. And he informed us that work is ongoing to give relief to the people in that part of the county. And, you know, we don't want a federal form of government.
Okay.
So every law we pass, every law we push is for the entire country. But generally, most of it is calm. We look forward to our people becoming better.
In terms of coordination, you have other representatives from districts. What can you say to that? Is that total coordination? Because you said you guys went to Ashland.
Yeah.
And okay, and I'm sure maybe other lawmakers or representatives of other districts in Monserrado coming in. Did you go with other lawmakers?
No, we didn't go there.
Okay, why?
Ashland is part of the district of one of our colleagues, DJ Blue. We do coordination.
Okay.
When the government was in the process of removing people from the pathway to Hotel Africa, the people came to me and I called Representative Bernard Benson. He came to my office. That's how we do it.
Okay. Right.
Anything happens in a particular district, And I want to say thanks to the representatives of the various districts who see us as in a coordinating spirit. Whether you from ruling government, whether you from opposition, once they have to do a Monrovia County. So Representative Banner Benson came to me, and if I call him, and we got the Minister of Public Works to get a clear understanding of what was happening with the people at the Hotel Africa area, and we managed to intervene where they gave the people some time, and the government would pay people who are clearly legitimate, required to be compensated. There was an incident in District Number 6 with the representative and the city corporation. We are intervening in that. And there are several other instances we can cite where the representative of the district, any of the districts in the county, will seek our, and the county caucus, as much as it's not very, very perfect, I think we're coordinating well. The county, the legislative project of funding allocated to my office as Senator Dillon for Monrovia County, I've turned that over formally to the county superintendent, and through my office, we are constructing a huge public library on the compound of Tokmeha. So we are coordinating with the county administration and the caucus as well.
Okay, let's look at your humanitarian side. Let's talk about, because I've been there, I think, what was it, the third circle, or when I was invited there, third or fourth. Now you're going to fifth, sixth, right?
When you were invited, when?
To the graduation at the center, the rehab.
Oh, you mean the rehab?
Yeah, the rehab. And so quite recently you had people graduated, right?
Yeah.
And you expect new, how is it the center going?
Yeah, so we have started to recruit people in there already. I think we have about 15
newcomers.
Newcomers since the graduation about 2-3 weeks ago. The management that we are recruiting, but it's all female. The rehab center has graduated over 235 persons since 2021. It takes about 6 months to recover people from drug, and it depends on their willingness and how they agree to to get all of these things. And one of the reasons I don't particularly be too much about the rehab is because that's something I'm passionate about. I ran my campaign on fighting to recover people from the streets from drugs.
That was the message.
Yeah, I ran on that, and I got public support, and we are running that place. In fact, we just extending the lease pool of that compound to 2039.
Wow.
Because when we leased it in 2019, it was for 10 years up to 2029. People were touching, maybe he delivered the period that you should be in office. We just extended that
beyond.
Yeah, beyond. Up to 2039. And by that time, we believe we have redeemed more than 2,000 to 3,000 persons available. Yeah. And the rehab is the source of employment for about 18 staff. The salary may not be very, very huge, or in fact, it's not huge. I think the people there, they are sacrificing, but it is a source of employment for 18 persons, and since 2021, we've been doing that. Every time we have people in our rehab center, they have come from Bond County. We have had the first 4 badges.
Across the counties.
Yeah, the first 4 badges. Each badge is not less than 20. The first 4 badges were all male boys from Bond County, from Basel, from Monrovia, from McGee. And because that place, we run it from Monrovia in the country, we don't have time for partisan, whether you're partisan or not. We have redeemed Muslim people from there. We have redeemed people who all religion. We have no boundary. The first 4 badges were all male. Then the last 3 badges to make it 7 cycles of people that enter in there. And the last 3 cycles of batches were all female. The current batch that we'll be recruiting will be all female to equal to 8.
Okay.
4 batches of boys.
4 batches of girls.
But we don't mix them. Male and female don't be in that place.
Okay.
We're careful not to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
we don't want a breeding ground for different things. So. And we feed them 3 times a day. Okay. We take you in there, no matter your condition, unless you have a contagious disease that can a communicable disease that can spread. Yeah. Whether you have any disease because when these people are in the street, they sleep in graveyard, they don't, no medication, no medical, examination. So when you take them in there, you do a complete testing. You do a complete testing, 2 things you want to achieve or to know. One, you want to know the degree of the drug or the substance abuse in the system. And 2, you want to know their medical history. If it is any disease that is contagious, we can take you in there.
Okay.
But if it is any illness or disease that is curable, but it's not contagious, we'll take you in there. And even while you're there, we cater to your medical needs. We have a little clinic in there, and if your medical thing cannot be handled by the clinic, by the capacity of the clinic, we transfer them to hospitals, and we take care of them. If their parents or their loved ones cannot, afford, we do that. We have electricity over there, 24 hours recurrent goals. We put the generator on. We cater to our people in there with dignity of human being. And it brings pride to me. But I want to say thank you to the board of the center, with majority membership in America, chaired by Joshua Port, his wife, Mrs. Ari Port, Vera Dixon, Pauline BM, Mile King Kanga, and Initial Satya, who is based in Liberia, and the executive director of Trukon Milton, and all of our supporters. Initially, some people were taking this to be a political thing. So when I make a political statement, I don't like it, then they file 10 hours, they were sending, then it started. And some people were just sitting down waiting to see what of this thing will succeed or not. Now it's reached to the point where they know that there's a huge success story coming from India. We want to say special thank you and recognition to the President Pro Tempore of the Senate, Senator Namdi Kanga Lawrence, who has been really supportive of that place to the point that she has made available a facility in Grandmaster County for us to extend
another rehab center.
Yes. And few of my colleagues, like Senator Jonathan Bottas, who purchased 5 sewing machines so that when you're in there, you can learn tailoring. We have 10 sewing machines. We have 12 laptops where people can learn IT and computer science while they are in there. And it's not every day we on social media, but I think we'll do it because we have to do it. Yeah.
Okay, so at the last cycle graduation, because look, Senator, I'm sitting here, and every time you and I discuss about this issue of drugs, I mean, my situation.
Right.
And I become so emotional.
Yeah.
You said that the issue of the users, that there will be an amendment to amend that portion where it says those who using, they have this blanket amnesty.
No, we'll put it in the law.
Okay, but you said you will be proposing. Have you proposed to?
Yeah, it's in the law.
Okay.
Most of our problem in this country is not the absence of law.
Okay.
It's not even the absence of good laws, because we have plentiful of good laws. The problem we have in this country is the enforcement aspect, the will and the courage to enforce the law. So once you don't enforce the law that is on the book, it can know that either the law weak or not existing. Let me give you one instance. When I was special assistant to the Solicitor General at the Ministry of Justice.
TCGU?
Yes. But I served 6 of them over there. Yeah. TCGU came, went back, went back. TCGU was Solicitor General at 3 different times while I was at the Ministry of Justice. He took me there, left me there. Another person came, became Solicitor General. He came back. Another person came, became Solicitor General. Then he came back. So all that time I was there. After he took me and left me there. But here's the thing. In 2004, right after the war, you know, every morning you wake up, there's a cry for rape. You know, rape. So we said, well, maybe people raping almost every day, children, women, every day there's a cry for rape. Let's make the rape law not billable. Let's make it not billable because the law weak. That's why people raping. So when we made the law not billable, rape blanket, we made it not billable through the Internal National Assembly under Judy Bryant. We made a law not billable called the Female Association of Lawyers. Yeah, the King petitioned the Minister of Justice. At that time, Kabina General was Minister of Justice. T.C. Boo was Solicitor General, and I was the Special Assistant under the Judy Bryant administration. And then we petitioned the Internal National Assembly, which is the legislature, to pass that law, not billable. Now, what we did not consider at the time was that while making that law or the act of non-billable, we were not developed yet as a country, even up to now, where if somebody accuses you of rape, some DNA and testing must prove or link it to it. So because we were not implementing the rape law that was on the book, we say, okay, maybe because it's not harsh, so let's make it harsh. So we made it non-billable. So in the morning, by the time somebody said that DJ Roger raped me, you just go to jail. Yeah, you just go to jail.
So what do you intend to do now? Now that you made it harsher, what are you going to do now? What you intend
so I got to learn. Today, we'll be here. Even if I will pay for time for all the extended time, the air time. I like to have conversation with the people and I like the flow of the conversation. So what we did not consider was that their law, their crime was making not billable. That's something that will prove that somebody is attached to it for us to put in. Because if you put people in jail without bail bond, well, nothing to prove that a person is attached to it. That another, why you making the law harsh, you're not considering that you'll be violating another person's right by keeping them in jail perpetually, and then not
without due process.
Without due process, trial is delayed, but the person is in jail, and long after, then you find out that the person was not even attached to it. So, what I'm saying here, anytime the law is on the book, we don't implement the law by will. We can think the law that on our book is weak. Now, let me tell you what will can do. My youngest brother, Oliver, I want to speak to will and courage, even if it is on your shoe, on your foot. My younger brother was accused of killing somebody in 2019. My brother argued, and from his story, he argued self-defense. He got up in the night to go for a phone in a car. According to your own story, somebody attacked him because they wanted to hijack him to take his phone, and in the scuffle, the person died. From that explanation, forget what is about my brother or not. From that explanation, that's self-defense under the law. But the CDC government, in order to get at me, they charge my brother with murder.
Not self-defense.
Yeah. Or even involuntary homicide. It means somebody died, but the manslaughter or involuntary homicide, you didn't plan to do it. But in your defense for your own life, somebody died. Somehow you still have to go through the court. But they charged my brother with murder. And the other thing about it was that they negotiated with my brother. Tell your brother that was there to leave her alone, slow down and shut up, then we'll free you.
Oh, wow.
So I went to the police station and sat with my brother and asked him what happened. The incident occurred about 12:45, 1 o'clock in the morning. I live in Gannaville. My brother lived in Gannaville. My brother is not in Canada. My brother lived in Gannaville. I live in Gannaville, but we don't live in the same area.
Okay.
The night my brother got up to go to the car, according to him, to go for his phone, and then the unfortunate incident occurred. I was sleeping. I wasn't there. So I got up in the morning and I saw the telephone call, missed call, my call, and then I got the story. I went to the police station. I asked my brother what happened. I was crying for my brother. I was also concerned about the act that had been committed. I asked my brother what happened and he explained. I said, well, you just explain your side. The other person is not here to explain his side.
Gentlemen, don't talk.
So I would do everything, providing lawyer with the family for us to see you go through the law. Why you explain if it is true? God above and the law, LBR, will free you. Now, the CDC government, every time I was silent for 1 week and they did something and I shook the place, then they would tell my brother, this something. Officials of the government. Would tell my brother that we wanted to free yesterday, but your brother thought last night, so we get free again. So I insisted that my brother would go to the law. I am saying this to say that because I didn't like my brother. They will to see the law take its course, even on your own family. And my brother went through the court.
Okay.
Even I was sitting as senator. I didn't interfere. My brother went through the court. He transferred the case from this place to that place. And in the end, the law and God free. We have to have the courage to say no to some of our own people who stand in the way of the implementation of the law. That's the only way we're going anywhere as a country. But when you get the smallest courage for something to be done straight away, even some of your own people start thinking that whether I want proof, and you know that all that kind of thing. The drug law is very, very strong. The drug law.
No. You say you wanted to learn. Let's go back to the issue of the rape. People are accused because I'm a victim to that.
Yeah. So
good. What do you intend to do? Because let me say.
So to bring the technology. I was careful that without the technology to link somebody, we live in a society that is politically polarized, and sorry to say, we all use the word, gullible. Politics takes the day here. Somebody here need to walk now and say, Senator, get on with me. They debate in the town. He did it, no, he didn't do it. Mixed reaction. People who let me, even maybe if I did it, they will argue that I do it. For the people who don't like me, even if I did not do it, that the attitude that God over behind, you know, all kind of thing. But the only thing that can free me is science. So, you know, do my DNA and specimen to match it. In the absence of that, any kind of law we may hash in the issue of a rape, we will be violating other people's rights by just putting them in jail. And then,
so my question to you, Senator, what do you intend to do before we get this technology, the DNA? Will you do something with your colleague to say, let's do amendments?
But the law is already there. There are provisions of the rape law that require not bailable, and the provision of the rape law that says bailable.
Okay.
So, for instance, if a rape occurs on a minor, statutory rape, what the person suffer violent or injury or not, the fact that that person is under 18 is not bailable. It's statutory already.
Okay.
It is a capital offense by itself.
Okay.
If you rape a mature person who is beyond above the age, the age of offense, the degree of the injury the person suffered to also determine the bill whether you are billable or not.
So all requires technology.
Yeah, all requires technology, and they got the 25 years, 10 years, and within the discretion of the judge as well. And, you know, so all of those things. So the rape law is existing.
Okay.
Our courage.
Okay, it's a courage.
Our courage to allow the law to live, and be utilized. Yeah. They grab you right now. One policeman grab you right now in the traffic for out of your driver lesson. The first thing you will look in your phone for which public or B man number you get. Then the B man instead of say DJ, you my friend.
Yeah, you my
Sheriff,
friend.
you my friend. But the policeman doing it what? They say get a policeman the telephone. Then Senator Taylor on the line. I mean, you know DJ Rada, that my friend Lee alone. The next time that policeman see you coming, he will say that Senator Taylor friend, so you move it forward. Now, even if you violating the traffic law and the traffic rule, that particular policeman will get your hand down because he know that you get connection with Senator Taylor, and Senator Taylor, who's supposed to ensure that the law is implemented, enforced, is the one who calling, say, move on there.
But Senator, what do you also say, even some of your colleagues show disrespect to law enforcers?
The law enforcers, look, we don't have courage in the country. One female DA officer made a statement to the effect that some lawmakers are involved with the drug business,
The issue of importing drugs.
The members of the house called her and she come up. She told them sorry.
She was intimidated.
Yeah, well, man, let people hear me. I wouldn't be intimidated. I appeared before the house.
What would you say? What would
I
you do?
appeared before the House of Representatives in 2008. Our chief of staff to the speaker, every snow.
Not the issue of drugs.
No, please listen. I'm talking about courage to stand up. Because only courage can make things change. To stand up to change it. Our chief of staff to the speaker and representatives took $5,000, confessed on tape and their own signature that they took $5,000 to sign resolution to remove the speaker.
Okay.
I had the evidence in my hand. I went ready. I said these are a bunch of criminals and bribe takers. They got vexed and summoned me before the house. That summon for contempt was to silence me into submission. They said, "I should apologize, retract my statement." I said no. They said they held me in contempt and sent me to jail for 6 months. I said they are a bunch of bribe takers and bribe givers. I stood my ground. But what I did not allow them to sentence me to jail on a due process.
What did you do?
I drove them.
You drove them?
Yeah, I mean, you think I was just a minister, just with me? I was doing the law. I was playing with the law.
Yeah.
So I knew I was entitled to due process through a lawyer. When I appeared before the house, they asked me, they read my rights to me. I said they should read my rights to me. That I'm entitled to a lawyer. They said, "Oh, but you already know you're entitled to a lawyer. You don't come with a lawyer." I said, "No." The law said any person who you cite where their rights would be curtailed by the judgment from that hearing, you must read their rights to them. Any person, let's say any particular person who know their right or don't know their right. So, but the man he bring a lawyer, he knows he's going to bring a lawyer, do the thing without do to him. Bam, motion to send you to jail. So, by the time I end up central prison, my lawyer, Councilor T.C. Gu, filed a petition before the Supreme Court on prohibition. They court free me in 5 days.
Well, you spent 5 days at the
I spent 5 days, 4 nights. On the 5th day, they court free me because the host did not give me due process. Not that the host did not have authority on contempt to send me to jail.
What process?
But the due process was not followed. Then they sent for me, subsequently so they can give me due process. I said, double job. So after they never sent for me. 2008. Let me come back.
So that's courage.
Courage
Will.
to stand up. So if I were the female DA officer,
that lady,
who said
that lawmakers
or some lawmakers are bringing job and they hustled for me, I would have stood my ground and said, but ever Papi Flomo here, as a lawmaker, representative was accused on the record by Senator Sir Joseph that he's a drug importer and drug dealer. So I'm making stay your ground.
Is that the famous color green?
Yeah.
The fellow who was involved.
So you understand? Who would knock up for that? I wanted to see the House locking a DA officer who using credible witnesses as reliance. A city senator accused an aspirant at the time. That aspirant won the election and is a member of the House of Representatives. So who is more credible? And Sir Joseph credible when it comes to relying on what he said. Then Sir Joseph should be made to come prove that color green or ever Papi was a drug dealer. So all I'm saying, we lack courage in this country. That is why The very strong laws, good laws on the book, appear to be weak. Back to the drug issue.
So how do you see the fight against drugs?
The fight against drugs is taking hold.
Okay.
Chief, we are not there yet.
Okay.
But we are not where we were.
Will we get there? Will we get there in your opinion?
Of course we're getting there.
Okay.
We are not there yet in the fight against drugs. But nobody can argue that we are the simplest with drug issue in by 2023.
In terms of the fight against drugs.
In terms of the fight against drugs. Several things happening. You don't see people all in the street 49. That won't buy a clear.
So no zombies.
Oh, they're walking as zombies.
Yeah, all are walking as zombies. If I to see the drug now, that walk, they put a war saying in the community, they know who coming back from.
All on the streets.
All the streets. Everybody careful who they even selling to. You understand? It's not prevalent like before. All I want to say here is while we're fighting the drug from within now, we are doing everything so that we can fight it from entering our borders. The executive branch has a serious tool, the law in its hand, but in my view, the DA and through the Justice Ministry for prosecution is not taking advantage of the current drug law that we passed in 2022.
The Justice Ministry?
The Justice Ministry. Our own justice. Listen.
Senator, excuse me.
Yeah.
Because most time people say, well, the Ministry of Justice, the police, investigate. The people go to court, and it is left with the judges.
No, it left with the evidence. The judges can only rule on the evidence you bring. If your evidence is strong, and in a jury trial, the law says if you're prosecuting DJ Rogers, or the way you are popularly known as sheriff, if you're prosecuting sheriff for something journalistic, and the jury or the jurors must be jurors of his peers. If you are prosecuting an accountant for accounting issues, the jury must have accounting knowledge. The jurors must be people of that person's peer. Because if somebody does not know anything about accounting and you put them on the juror panel, when they break in that accounting thing down, that person know.
How does it
lost?
So the law said the law said the jurors must be jurors of peer of your age range, your profession, and other things. So the people who making that decision on the jury bench can understand the thing they're prosecuting for actually the crime they're prosecuting related to your career. Now, the judges, it's difficult for the judge to overturn the verdict of the jury unless jury tampering can be proven. Then the judge has the discretionary authority by law to set aside the jury verdict
and call for retrial.
But in the absence of that, when the juror says you're not guilty, the judge can change it unless they prove that jury was tampered with. Or unless the judge alone is sitting in the case where the defendant, you the prosecuting, you say, I don't want juror, I want jury trial, I want bench trial. Bench trial means only the judge alone sitting there. And when the judge ruled in favor, okay, if he ruled otherwise, unless they prove that somebody tampered with the judge, the judgment is what it is. So in the drug related cases, coming back home to what I was saying, it is my view that we are not strong on prosecution yet, and we are not set a strong deterrent, because under the current drug law that we passed in 2022 under the WEA government, and I will give credit to the WEA government for that. We passed it under the WEA government. We made drug related issue non-bailable at certain levels. And we call for punishment, confiscation, sale of property use in the drug trade. To peddle drug. If you brought drug here on airplane, and we caught the airplane
The drugs
on the plane.
The plane will be confiscated.
The plane will be confiscated, and there's investigation proof. When investigation show proof that the drug was normally transported on our aircraft, we as a government and people have the right by law to sell that plane.
Okay.
And then proceed generated from the sale of that plane go toward the fight against drug.
Yeah.
It is how the law is in the fight against drug anywhere in the world. If you do it by ship, if you transport drug by ship, if you transport the drug by ship, similarly, and we seize drug on the ship, we'll confiscate that ship. Investigation should prove that that ship was deliberately, knowingly used to transport the ship. We sell the ship. The person used to fight against drug. If the same goes with vehicle, whatever made of the car, motorbike, keke, even house. They proceed the house that you're using, you're using the house to trade drug. And with the knowledge of the owner of the property, or if you are the owner of the property and that way you're doing drug trade in a complete in a property, and you acquire that property for drug trade, the government to sell that house and the proceed. Now, what about learning with this? You see several videos of DEA officers representing the government of Liberia taking drugs from inside car doors.
They're considered in
screwed in the car door. If the drug is screwed in the car door, it's not possible for one passenger to get in the car, unscrew the door, and put it in the door, and then screw it back without the consent of the operator or the owner of that vehicle. Where are those cars? Where are those vehicles? Have you seen several videos? So we must sell one of these properties. We must show proof that the law can work. The law is there. That if you sell one person motorbike, if you sell somebody keke, you sell one, whether it's Dallas Dillon, SUVG was, and if you sell it because the law allows you to do that, plenty of people will be careful not to use their car. Somebody will, in fact, plenty many will be sure what kind of cargo they're transporting. They ship, it will send a message around the world. But we are not enforcing the law. But then somebody will ask, what a lawmaker do? We think our role is to make a law.
Yeah, but Senator, what you just explained bring this to my attention. The issue that has to do with confiscating properties that are in line with drug peddling.
Yeah.
I have observed since the rigorous fight against drug, I have observed that when DA officers go on raiding, they burn down those houses that they unfortunately.
I think it's
a group of young people here, representatives. They're actually from an organization. Let me get it right. They're from an organization that is raising some awareness against trafficking. They're called the Liberia Anti-Trafficking and Awareness Support. And of course, we want to have a brief conversation with them to know exactly why they're here up Capitol Hill. I have before me here one of the gentlemen who happens to be a representative of the organization as well. Hello, how are you? What's your name?
Okay, thank you. My name is Zokese BC.
Okay. So why are you here? Why are you guys here on Capitol Hill? Firstly, what's the name of the organization again?
Well, the organization is Liberia Anti-Trafficking Scam Victim Support Initiative.
Okay.
For the past week, we've been engaging the media. We were on OKFM, we're on Prime FM, and other media institutions in Myanmar. And we are actually been engaging the public as well on buses carrying on awareness. But the beginning of this month, there was a video circulating online from Sierra Leone about some Liberians who were actually trafficked in Sierra Leone. And I saw a brother of mine on that video. So I immediately rushed to Sierra Leone. But to my utmost surprise,
so you said you saw your brother on the video
my brother
circulating.
on the video.
Okay.
And this is what happened. My brother came here to go to school, and he told me that, oh brother, I had a friend in Canada, a childhood friend, who wanted to send for me to go to Canada. So I told him, oh, then if that is the case, then it's a good thing, but let me do a total find out to actually know what you're telling me is true. So I have to call Nima. I asked my mother to go to the family house of the childhood friend now in Canada, and the family confirmed that yes, he's in Canada. So I told my brother that I want to talk to the guy in Canada to actually confirm whether it's true. And in the process, he keep pressuring me. Every time I call the guy, I can't get him. His phone is off, and my brother left. And only to realize my brother was already in Sierra Leone on the process. According to him, he was there on his process to go to Canada. So this thing cost us a lot. We spent over $3,500 for his process. After his process, he said, oh, brother, I'll be leaving, but there's a space here for my sister. So I said, but you just cost us to spend all this money talking about space for your sister? He said, there's an opportunity. We don't need to miss it. So immediately my sister followed. So this thing has been going on, but the short of the matter is that after 1 year, 2 months, all I know is my brother in Canada, because he been calling me on a Canadian number. He been sending me some photos. So only to realize that a photo, if I saw a video,
you saw him in a video.
I was surprised.
In Sierra Leone.
So I had to rush to Sierra Leone. So when I went there, I started to get hand-on information. Only to find out that Liberians in that country, there are more than 200.
Over 200 Liberians?
200 Liberians have been trafficked in Sierra Leone, not only in Sierra Leone, in Ghana and in Nigeria. And what I'm telling you is that I got so disappointed for what I saw.
Did you see those individuals yourself, or is it something that you were just told?
I saw them. I have video on some of the camp they in. I was privileged to go to one of the camp. I even went to the police station, Token police station. I went to Hastings community. One of the camp is in Hastings community, and the place is all the way at the back. And the place absolutely. And what I do is that I got there. I was afraid to go on that camp. But what happened is that this thing had been happening, and as you go there, they compare you to bring two. And that's how it happens.
What do you mean by compare you to bring two?
They will tell you that you will travel to Canada, but before you travel, you should bring 2 persons on board.
Okay.
And you will bring 2 persons on board. And what they do is that they take you from there and carry you to another camp, that the people you bring in on board, they will not see you, or they know you in Canada. So they will stop the people in the process to say, oh, the man is in Canada, and you need to go there. So you say you need to bring 2. So it's like bring one, and just like that. So I saw a lot of Liberians, people from different counties are there. But I was privileged to visit one of the camps, which is in Hastings community. I went there, I posted a video, and those that are even following me will know what I'm talking about, because everything is on my page. And it's so discouraging.
So what is the condition? You said about 200 Liberians are on the camp. They are trafficked in Sierra Leone. What's the condition of those individuals? Did you get to interact with some of them?
Yes, I interacted with many of them. the camp I went on, we have more than 50 persons there. And it's just a 3-bedroom apartment. It's all the way in the hole.
About 50 persons,
50 persons
in a
place,
3-bedroom
in a 3-bedroom apartment. So some of them are sleeping on a chair. I think I have a video of all these things, the luggages and what have you. They are in that place. But what happened is that like some of them got disenchanted. In fact, the story I got was a lady came from India who came on the same process to go to Canada. She was doing a study there. So when she got in and they started her process, only to realize that it's a fake thing.
It was a scam.
It was a scam, and she got sick, and she came to LBR, and after her treatment, she went back, and she decided to get involved the Sierra Leone police. So it was upon that now, most of the perpetrators who have been into this act, some of them, they were arrested, and some of them on the run as well. But what happened is that my brother got in trouble because he too carried people. So the people he carried joined the lady, some of them joined the lady, they carried the complaint. So he too is how he was also arrested and he was put in prison.
So it means that you were unable to get your brother out.
I was unable to get my brother out.
Because he's in prison.
He's in prison right now. But the thing here is not about getting my brother out. It's about the number of Liberians who are struggling. As I speak to you, one of the brothers even died there. I had a video on that. He died in the process. They are seriously going through starvation. Some of our sisters there, in fact, some of these children, they are underage. They are being compared to go into prostitution because they are vulnerable.
Since you got back, what have you done? Have you taken this to the attention of the authorities to see how a joint solution can be found around this issue?
We are doing every other thing we can. I have gone to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and there have been no proper information on that. So what we intend to do is that we intend to engage media. It was through the media we started getting some response from government. We went to OKFM. We had a platform there. We took some of the victims because when I went, I was able to bring few of the victims.
How many of them were
I brought 2 of the victims. As we speak, we are bringing additional 2. So that 4 victims we have brought.
Or 4 victims out of approximately 200 persons.
And what happened is that I was not able to visit all the camps. It was just one camp that I visited, and I posted information on that. And I've been trying to see how we can get these victims out of that place. And as we speak, there are 22 persons who are currently waiting to come to Liberia, but they don't have even a dime to come. And we engage a lot of stakeholders that this thing is serious. Let's help our brothers. Although they did this thing out of ignorance, they don't know. You know the challenge our country in right now. Everybody wants green pasture. And they did it, and they are trapped into this. They help and get them. But all these people that we send letters to, there have been no tangible response. We're just doing it on our own as an organization, and we are just improvising because we believe it is human interest.
So as an organization, what have you been able to do so far?
What we have been, we were able to meet the ministerial level because when we were on OKFN, we get to know that the ministerial level basically have a section where they have this trafficking thing. So we were also linked to LBR-Radio. And I want to appreciate God for Honorable Cole Bangalo, Councillor Cole Bangalo, because the other time when he got the information, immediately he called us. And we went there, we had a meeting at office. And he told us that we should send in a formal communication. We just prepared to be sent tomorrow. But as we speak, the situation is very urgent. It needs urgency because many of these victims, some of them are sick. If you look in my phone now, I have a video here that raw cassava, some of them eating to survive. Imagine people who came from decent home. Some of them carry 5,000 to travel. They took their money from them. We got to know that they took the perpetrator even took their phone. When you go there, they take your money, they take your phone, and they are in possession.
Who are the perpetrators?
The perpetrators are some Liberians, are some. It's a whole cartel. It's a whole cartel. And only the victims can be able to jump out with the perpetrators. But they actually gave me some of the perpetrators enough. They send me their
photos. Are they Sierra Leoneans?
Some of them are Liberians. No, some of them are Liberians. They are Liberians. I have their photos here. And we are in search of them. Some of them were captured. They are in prison in Sierra Leone.
What's your final call here?
And here, we actually came to the Capitol building here. The situation is seriously pressing. We want to see the vice president. We wrote the vice president office that these people 22 of them are right now, as we speak, they are seriously challenged. They want to come back to Liberia, and we have tried to meet the vice president. There have been no way. We also wrote on ability and other institutions to help, even if we can provide a bus that we can just go and get these people and bring them back to their own country. It's better because they are vulnerable. They don't know Sierra Leone. It is a serious challenge, and then that some of us try to take this role. Is pressing us every day. As I speak to you now, there are many messages on my phone from other countries and other people that have been trapped into this. So I want to use the medium to appreciate you for what you do. This is a service for a country because this is human interest. I spoke to you and you decided to help us in this. I want to appreciate you, but it's a collaborative thing. We want every Liberian to join together. Let's bring our brother back. Directly, indirectly, every one of us are affected from this. This QNet thing have taken a lot of people from here to other countries. And
in case folks in the authority want to reach out, how do they get to you?
Does
the organization have a number or any contact detail you want to reach?
Yeah, let me just read out this number. 0775 71 83 16 0880 37 44 60.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for talking to Spoon TV. You say your name again?
Say Zokese.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Just joining us, the Access Recovery, sometime January, Father Sopino Distikon at the Criminal Court A requesting a court to call on the management of Clark Foundations to produce evidence or documents in their possessions that link to the constructions of the Clark Foundations in Marshall. So that property, the Access Recovery team believes that it was allegedly or illegally and acquired by the management of Clark Foundation. So on that basis, they requested them to the court to produce all documents relating to that property. And on the basis of that, the Clark Foundations, through their lawyer, went filed a motion to have that subpoena been dismissed. So they believe that what the court want to do is like if invading their province and also going against their will. So they requested the court to dismiss that subpoena against them. So the argument was heard the other day, and today the judge for the criminal court A will rule in the matter to establish whether or not the management of Clark Foundation should present these documents that are linked to the construction of the Clark Foundations there in Marshall-McKibbe County. So we last here this morning, we saw the rival of the, we call them the plaintiff and the defendant lawyers. We also had the head of the Access Recovery Councilor Clark Mountain, Edwin Clark Mountain. He also go in the court for the judge ruling. So Judge Roosevelt waited in a moment for now will rule on the motions that the lawyers want the subpoena being dropped against them. So we are here, a team of journalists from Spoon TV. We have Jurassic Joe here. We have a couple of our interns who we will mention at a subsequent time. But as it stands, we are waiting the judge. We are waiting the judge ruling into the matter that has to do with whether or not the management of Clark Foundation should turn over all of that documents. All of that documents in our possessions has been subpoenaed by the Access Recovery. Access Recovery was established through the president to have student access from past government officials and current government officials being retrieved. So that money was being given to Councillor Edwin Clark Mountain. He's been moving from one point to another. You have several of different indictments that was thrown by the Access Recovery against different government officials. So you have the request from them to the court to have the Clark Foundations turn over their document. So that request was sent. The argument was heard, and today the court or the judge, Judge Roosevelt Willie, will rule, telling us whether or not the court will maintain the Clark Foundation's family to turn over their document that brought about the establishment of or the building of the Clark Foundation. The other time was the management of BMC. They were the one that the court called on first, and the Access Recovery requested the court to call on them to present every document that linked to the constructions of the building. Now the Access Recovery team have gone to the management of Clark Foundations to have the turn over their documents in their possessions that link to the building or constructions of the Clark Foundations that is currently there in Marshals. My name is Melvin Jackson, Jurassic Joe. We have Damos London, the other crew member here at the court. But Jurassic, before we move to the court to hear the judge ruling, let's provide a little update on the Samatua case. So a few hours ago, the presiding judge for criminal court C, Judge Usman F. Fekad, read the Supreme Court minute. He read the Supreme Court minute in a case involving former Finance Minister Samuel Tue. You have former assisting Minister of Justice, Councillor Yonanti Tuan. You have Christopher Tue from the FIU, and you have the several others who are on trial at criminal court C for some alleged economic sabotage, theft of property, and coupled of different charges leveraged against them. So that many from the Supreme Court was read today, and the court will issue another assignment to have the matter being proceeded with. The former finance minister, through that legal team, have pushed the argument that the alleged transactions that went on from the security firms was done, through an order from the president, and two, they are immune from being prosecuted or questions for said transactions that was carried out. So the court hear that matters, and they were not certified to win at the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court ruled and gave a whole lengthy opinion on that, and said that only the president is immune from questioning, but all the subordinates are not bound on any immunity. So on that matter, they are not covered. So some former Prime Minister Toure and others, they are not covered on the immunity bond, but rather only the former president, His Excellency George Monrovia, is covered on that immunity bond. So for that matter, the court should proceed with the matter and have the matter be speedily adjudicated to the letter. So that's it. We have our colleague Damo. It's not just a rap. You have Curiosity Joe, and Damo, you get nothing because I have to go in the court for the ruling, because the ruling should be on by now. After 10 o'clock, you have Clark Mountain and all the other lawyers already. The other lawyers already in court. So the judge, Elizabeth Woody, will know any moment from now and root and giving us a full understanding of what we need to know, because we don't know what it ought to be, but he will be telling us, and then from there we will have to update it as to the judge ruling. If the judge rules yes, the management of Clark Hope Foundation will take all the documents, that will be done. If he says no, the motion that was filed is granted, 100% it will be granted. Who knows? After that, they might take a flat to the Supreme Court. But as it stands, the judge will tell us what it ought to be. We don't know it, so we are going in the court to get the judge final ruling, and then we'll come back to update you, our listening and viewing audience on the happening from the court. But that's it. To a case, the minute was read. The matter is about to be begin, and you will get a full understanding of it. You listen to the Solicitor General. He did declare, he said this is the first shortest economic sabotage case in the Republic, because according to him, the guys already admitted that we took the money, but we did it because we were covered under these supervisions. So what the argument will be at the court, we'll let you know when the matter begins. But that's it. Namo, I think I have to go in the corner to give a full understanding of the ruling.
Thank you very much, Melvin, for informing our viewers and our audience about the process. So we will be bringing you all of what will be unfolding in the court, and we are also going to bring you real-time information as to what is going to be happening. It's 9 minutes after 10 a.m. This, according to the document in my possession, if I sound like the former CEO of the Spoon Network, forgive me, but the document is in my possession. According to this document from Criminal Code A, this hearing it was slated to begin at 10 a.m. today, the 24th of February 2026, and it is the management of the Clark Hope Foundation is the petitioners through their lawyers, Jackson, through his general manager, Jackson P. Bami, deputies, and all acting under his authorities are the petitioners. It's a motion to quash a writ of subpoena detentu, subpoena deticum, for lack of jurisdiction. So this subpoena is for the Clark Hope Foundation to provide all documents, including financial transactions, construction documents, donors list, the full 9 yards. And the Clark Hope Foundation is contending that the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force does not have the jurisdiction, that it lacks the jurisdiction to subpoena them to provide all of their documents. Remember earlier in November of 2025, the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force, subpoenaed the BMC, the construction company, to provide all of the receipts, all of the construction documents, and now they're going after the Clark Hope Foundation. And what this case is growing out of is the accusation that the Clark Hope Foundation was constructed and run by donations and public money, that the former First Lady, Madam Claire Weah, used her office as First Lady of the Republic of Liberia, allegedly used public funding, to construct a foundation that has now been turned into a private foundation. We also did see, after the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force sent its subpoena to the Clark Hope Foundation, we did see the former president, Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, visiting the foundation. Whether that visit was a political show of solidarity or that visit was a show of solidarity to a former First Lady of the Republic of Liberia coming from a former president, both being females. After the visit of former President Sirleaf, we then did see other members who are referred to as the Sirleaf boys or the insiders of the Sirleaf inner, key amongst them being Senator Amara Kone of Bapolu County, also going to the Clark Hope Foundation there in Marshall. The place is unmissable. You cannot miss the structure. It's very huge. It's gigantic. It's a blue sea of buildings right on the outskirts of Marshall City. So Amara Kone, the senator of Bapolu, also did visit the foundation. What a show of support, a show of solidarity. But his visit as well was criticized by supporters of this administration and others who are not supporters of the senator, saying that, look, your visit at this foundation is undermining the fight against corruption and, the unfair or illegal possession of state properties. Remember, this case has not even begun. It has not started yet. What's unfolding is the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force has said, look, Clark Hope Foundation, there's accusation. We tend to believe that this foundation was built through donations, public funds, budgetary allotments, and the rest that you received while you served as First Lady of the Republic of Liberia. And the office of First Lady of the Republic of Liberia is a public office by nomenclature, that even if we get First Ladies in 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030, 2040, 2056, 2079, the office of the First Lady of the Republic of Liberia is not going to change. Only the person occupying that office, their name is going to change. So if you got any sort of support, any monetary allotment, any budgetary allotment, any sort of donations using the name of the office of the First Lady of the Republic of Liberia, and this foundation was built, that they're arguing and alleging that then it should and ought to be a public facility and not a private facility. But as I stated on earlier, all these are just allegations and mere words for now. The subpoena, if it is squashed by the court, by Criminal Code A, that the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force lacks the jurisdiction to have issued a subpoena to the Clark Hope Foundation to submit all relevant documents, then that is going to be a big blow to the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force. But if the judge rules and say, look, the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force has got all of the legal, jurisdiction over issuing a subpoena to the Clark Hope Foundation, and the Clark Hope Foundation should submit all of the relevant documents, we'll see whether or not the foundation would take an appeal to the Supreme Court of Liberia, to the Justice in Chamber, and if it is granted, again, the process will continue. So this is just the starting point. And why do the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force need the Clark Hope Foundation to provide the documents? Others have said, look, why are you asking them, to provide evidence against themselves? But the intent thereof is to look at financial transactions, look at donor lists, look at where donations came from, look at constructions, the construction transactions, the receipts, where did money come from, follow the paper trail, look after and establish and then build a case that, look, this foundation was constructed with public money. The former First Lady and supporters of the former First Lady and former President of the Republic of Liberia have come up strong that this is, quote unquote, a witch hunt, and it's even getting closer to the former President, His Excellency George Monrovia. Remember, Melvin earlier briefed us about the reading of the mandate of the Supreme Court of Liberia involving the former Finance Minister, the former Solicitor General as well, and others who are charged with crimes such as economic sabotage. When all these proceedings began, it was again labeled as witch hunts. These are former officials of the CDC, Liberia's previous ruling establishment for the last 6 years. And now we're talking about the former First Lady of the Republic of Liberia, spouse, wife of the former President George Monrovia. That is the closest the asset recovery has come to the former president. Remember, his chief of protocol, Nura Finabondo, has been indicted with another strong supporter of the CDC, John Ubote of the MDMC. So the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force has been dancing around the circles of the former president. And this hearing is the closest, as I said, to the former president. His wife is at the middle of all of this. The foundation bears her name, the Clark Hope Foundation. According to the documents of the foundation's website, they're there to provide hope to orphans, to young girls, to the elderly, to provide them a safe haven, victims of domestic violence and other forms of abuses, to provide them hope, which was a key theme in the CDC's 2017 election campaign. By then, it was changed for hope. The hope maintained in being the Clark Hope Foundation, but all of this is unraveling right here at the Temple of Justice. Melvin is going to give us updates about what is going to be happening in Criminal Code A, but according to this rate, 10 a.m., that's about 18 minutes ago, we will be asking for representations in the court. Who are those representing the Clark Hope Foundation? Who are those representing the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force? So now let me lay out again for us to get a bigger picture. It is not the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force that has got the Clark Hope Foundation appearing before court this morning. No, the tables have now turned. The Clark Hope Foundation is the petitioner. They are telling the court that, look, we did receive a subpoena from the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force to submit all of our documents, all of our financial transactions, all of the donor transactions, the list of our donors, and the rest, all of the documents relevant to the Clark Hope Foundation. But we are contesting that the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force lacks the jurisdiction. They lack the authority to tell us to submit documents. And we have come to this court to pray this court to quash it. That is, to annul it, to make it null and void, that their action is ultra vires and they do not have the authority to tell us to submit documents. So what the ruling of the judge will be is going to affect the next stage moving forward. If Judge Roosevelt Willie, listening to the petitioners, being the Clark Hope Foundation Bar and Tourist General Manager, and listen to the argument from the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force, and then rules that the motion is upheld and he grants the motion to quash the subpoena, is a victory for the Clark Hope Foundation, meaning they wouldn't submit any documents, they wouldn't submit any donor list, they wouldn't submit any financial transactions, they wouldn't submit any document, any paper whatsoever. But if Judge Roosevelt Willie rules and says, yes, AREP, the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force, has got the jurisdiction, they've got the power to subpoena documents for an investigation, then we'll know what the next step will be for Clark Hope Foundation, whether they will submit the documents and not contest, or whether they will take an appeal to the Supreme Court of Liberia. All of these are issues and happenings that are yet to occur. The stage for which we are at right now is a motion to quash the subpoena as served by the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force. This foundation started in 2018 by the former First Lady. It was opened, officially opened somewhere in 2024, just after the general and presidential elections. A year later, it was opened to much cheers. The former president and the likes of some of his top officials at the time visited and attended the opening ceremony. It was a huge, spectacle, and the rumors started to abound that look, supporters of this government started with social media chatters. Remember in Liberia, we say where there is smoke, there is fire. It started with chatters after the investigation of Samuel Twe, Councillor Yanti Twan, and the rest of the guys who are currently before the court on charges of economic sabotage and the rest. We started hearing chatters that look, we are going to come after Kla Hope Foundation, because that foundation ought to be a public building. It ought to be a government facility. And today we are here in one of the first stages of investigating the Kla Hope Foundation. So I take a little breather. We'll keep showing you around. It's much quieter here at the Temple of Justice, even though we have a presence of police officers. I arrived about 30 minutes ago. I'll be asking my colleagues whether or not the former First Lady appeared. It's unlikely that she will appear, but I have to ask that question. But you can see there is a contingent of PSU officers here. It's quiet here, as per a couple of weeks back when we had the Prophet Key contempt hearing. So it's quiet, and we will be bringing you all of what is unfolding as we try to get you more and more information. So Melvin, who earlier went to the court, is out here with us. We want to ask what's happening. So Melvin, you went to Criminal Court A and you back. Proceedings have begun?
No, so when the court and then the assistant clerk informed the lawyers that the judge will be delivering a ruling by 10:30. So we got 10:23 already, so just 3 more minutes to the time. But when in there we saw all the lawyers, and one thing I noticed, Damo, is that one of the lawyers on the case involving the former speaker are the same people on the other side of the Kla Hope Foundation. So I don't know how is it like, whether it's a particular law firm that is dedicated to cases that are linked to maybe people from the Rudy establishment, or what the issue is. I don't know. And we also have the senator from Makibi, Nathaniel Makeo. He's also here in the court currently. So we are within 10:30, and the judge will proceed to the court and to have the ruling delivered.
You just from inside the court, Criminal Court A, Melvin, and you talked about the senator of Makibi, Nathaniel Falo Magiro, is present there. The Kla Hope Foundation in itself is in Marshall. Marshall is part of Makibi County. It's a huge infrastructure there. And secondly, he's connected to this case by virtue of the fact that he's from the CDC, and the former First Lady is from the CDC. Her husband was the former president of the Republic of Liberia, so he's here. But you talked about representation, that lawyers who representing the former speaker in the capital arson case are the same set of lawyers, here representing the Kla Hope Foundation. Can you give us some of the names of those lawyers that you identified?
Yeah, so you have Councillor Janilo Masakwe. He's the key lawyer in the Kofa case, and you also have him on this side. You also have Councillor Sakwa Gray. She's one of the key lawyers also on the Kofa case. You also have her there. And if there's a change, just few 1 or 2 lawyers, but like I said, both of those that are currently on this case are the ones representing the former speaker and the rest of the co-defendants here at the same court and in the capital arson case. So
are they not from the international law group? So of former speaker Kofa?
So the massacre is from the international law group. Probably because there's some that do in association with some other lawyers or law firm. So they also have some lawyers, because I can 100% confirm as to where Gray is from, Safa Gray, which law firm she's from. I can 100% give it that.
Yeah, you have the opportunity to ask her.
Yeah,
so once you go into court, you can ask her which law firm is she from. I'm suspecting that she's also from the international law group. But you can confirm, but I'm suspecting that she's from the international law group as well. But you said 10:30 that the judge will be handing down his ruling, whether or not to quash the subpoena issued by the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force. But you more of the judicially inclined person. If the judge declines to quash the motion and sustains that the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force has got jurisdiction to issue a subpoena, what's the next step for the Clark Hope Foundation? Take it upstairs?
So if the judge grant the asset recovery subpoena, the defendant will now, because in this matter now, they are not defendant again, they are the petitioners. So they will have the authority or right to go to the Supreme Court after the judge deny or grant it, right? So if it is both winner, because if the judge deny or let's say the access, let's say the Clark Hope Foundation petition, most time in criminal cases the law says the prosecution cannot take an appeal. So maybe the asset recovery will discern a new strategy as a way to
let's take it at one step at a time. Let's take it one step at a time. So if the judge grants the petitioner's request and quashes the motion, issuing of a subpoena for the asset recovery to Clark Hope Foundation is done.
It's done. Exactly.
Unless they come up with another method or whatever, but moving forward, it's done.
Yeah, because it's like we already issued this, and you came up with a blockade and say, Your Honor, please hold on to this, do not grant this, and then there was an argument, carry out.
How important is it to subpoena the records in investigating, for especially a task force like the asset recovery, to subpoena? Because now the Clark Hope Foundation, from all indications, were not willingly going to provide documents. If they were requested to minus a subpoena, they were not going to do so. It's clear. They've been issued a subpoena which says, whether you like it or not, provide us these documents. And they are still saying they're challenging the jurisdiction of the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force to tell them to command them. It's like, who are you to command us and tell us to bring documents? How pivotal is it for this investigation if the government wants to go after the Clark Hope Foundation to investigate it through the Asset Recovery Task Force? How pivotal is it to get these documents if they want to prove anything, if they want to build up any case? How important is it?
So the thing is, even we as journalists and even the public, we actually call it FOR law. Now, once you need a particular document, you sometimes use at certain institutions. Now, in most cases, when it comes to certain documents, the law provides that you get to the court will be the best person seated to request that document from whoever individual you need it from. Like most times you listen to, they call a caller. So if the court need a caller for a particular individual from any of the GSM companies, you cannot go to the GSM company by yourself and say, give me this. You must pass through the court and say, subpoenaing you, tell these people to bring this, because people believe in the justice system and they know that it's the red error, the red path to use in getting whatever that is legally done or carried out.
Okay. So Melvin, I hate to cut you off in the middle of your thought. It's almost 10:30, and you said the judge will be handing down his ruling by 10:30. So I want you to go in and not to miss it. So folks, excuse Melvin for a minute so that he goes back into Criminal Code A to bring us all of what is unfolding. Melvin is going to inform us real time as to what will be unfolding. Judge Roosevelt Willie of Criminal Code A is going to rule in the petitioner's petition, the petitioner's request for the judge to quash a subpoena issued to the Clark Hope Foundation by the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force. So Liberians home and abroad are equally vested in what unfolds here at the Temple of Justice. Remember, the personality behind the institution is the former First Lady of the Republic of Liberia. If it still doesn't bear weight to you, it is the wife of the former President of the Republic of Liberia. Her flagship foundation, the Clark Hope Foundation, is at the center of all of what is unfolding here this early morning in Monrovia. I can feel the cool breeze from the sea because we're not far from the ocean. We're right here on Capitol Hill, but I'm sure for both sets of lawyers, those representing the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force, and those representing the Clark Hope Foundation, it is not going to be as breezy or as cozy until a ruling is handed down. It's going to be tense, it's going to be pins and needles, and if the judge grants the petitioner's request to quash the subpoena, that is a huge blow to the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force. While it will be a blow to the AREP, it will be a win for those who are supporters of the Clark Hope Foundation, and by extension, the former First Lady and the former President of the Republic of Liberia. But if Judge Willie, having listened to the arguments and gives his ruling in favor of the respondents in this case is the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force, then the next step to be taken by the Clark Hope Foundation will be to either appeal to the Justice in Chamber or to appeal before the full bench of the Supreme Court if they exhaust the both appellate processes. But whether or not they too will say, well, having listened to the judge, we do not want to further make this matter long. We will submit all of the documents. That decision is squarely in the hands of the proprietors and managers of the Clark Hope Foundation and their legal representation. Melvin is in the court. According to him, Councillor Jonathan Masakwe of the International Law Group is representing the Clark Hope Foundation, as well as there is the presence of Councillor Safwa May Gray, former head of NUCAL, is also there representing the Clark Hope Foundation. We'll take a breather, folks, as we try to give you more information. We'll be bringing you more analysis, more facts about what is unfolding here at the Temple of Justice. It might be quiet, it might not be noisy, but indeed, whatever decision that is taken in there is going to have a ripple effect, not just here at the Temple of Justice, but all across Liberia and the Liberian community in a diaspora. Is it going to be a win temporarily, whether temporarily for the asset recovery, or is it going to be a win, whether permanently for the Clark Hope Foundation in a country where accusations abound about the plenishing and the misappropriation of public funds? This case is also a landmark one to watch out for. My name is Diamond Slanger. We remain live here on the Capitol Hill, but this part of the hill is where the judiciary has got its seat. Right behind me is the Supreme Court of Liberia. We'll take a breather, get you more information, and we'll provide you more analysis. Just additional information, the court is not hearing the subpoena itself. No, the court is not hearing the subpoena. The court is sorry about that. The court is rather hearing that the subpoena was not issued by the proper authority. So the court is not hearing the subpoena itself. No, the court is rather hearing from the petitioners, being the Clark Hope Foundation, that the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force lacked the authority to have issued a subpoena. So what is going to happen is, what the ruling will affect is whether the task force can compel documents from the Clark Hope Foundation, the broader legality of the task force's investigative powers, the trajectory of the underlying case. All of these could be affected, by the ruling today. So remember, again, the court is not hearing the petition. It's not hearing the subpoena. The court is not going to hear, how the subpoena and what is the subpoena about and all of these things. The court is hearing whether or not the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force has the jurisdiction. It's got the authority to compel, the Clark Hope Foundation to provide documents. And so, if those of you who got the rate, you see it's growing out of the case. So meaning the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force in the first case were the petitioners, and the Clark Hope Foundation the respondents. But since the Clark Hope Foundation, by and through its general manager, has filed for a petition for the subpoena to be quashed, they are now the petitioners, and the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force is the respondent in this matter. So we'll be bringing you more updates. It's 23 minutes up to 11 as per the stipulated time from the Deputy Clerk of Criminal Code A. The judge should have begun his ruling at 10:30. So we will remain here. We will provide you real-time information. That's what we do best here at the Spoon Network. So the court is not hearing the subpoena. The court is not hearing the merits of the subpoena. The court is hearing and going to rule on the authority of the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force to have issued a subpoena to the Clark Hope Foundation. So the jurisdiction, the power to compel is what is under review. So if the court rules and says, look, Arept, you lack the legal power, you lack the legal authority in this case to have issued the Clark Hope Foundation to compel them through a subpoena to provide you all of their documents. And the documents we are talking about, we're talking about very, very serious and sensitive documents. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about on the surface, publicly available documents. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about seriously sensitive documents. Talking about list of donors. Remember, there are some donors who do not want their information to be made public. There are some undercover or silent donors, if you want to call it that way, who do not want their information out there in public. We're talking about financial statements. We're talking about where did monies come from, records that speaks to the establishment and construction and operations of the Clark Hope Foundation. The Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force is aiming, if Clark Hope Foundation submits these documents, to prove and to investigate and to come up with a probable cause that, look, this foundation, even though it has been converted to a private sort of foundation, it should be a public foundation, because looking at the paper trail, looking at the list of donors, looking at the context in which the donations were made, they were made to a public office rather than a private individual. Again, it is still far-fetched. They are all yet accusations, but what is going to unfold here today is going to set the ball and set the pace for a much broader prospect of what is going to happen eventually. So all eyes and all ears are pinned to Criminal Code A, where Judge Roosevelt Zerwilly is the presiding judge. We are still trying to get information from Melvin in the court to know what's happening as we speak, as we keep providing you with analysis from both sides, what might happen, what might not happen. We are also striving to provide you with real-time information as well. What would the ruling be? Asset recovery, you've got the authority to proceed, or Clark Hope Foundation, we have granted your petition to, and have now granted the motion to quash the subpoena issued by the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force. So Nathaniel Falomagil is in the court, according to our senior judicial correspondent, Melvin Jackson. Councillor Safwa Gray is in the court, according to our correspondent Melvin, as well as Councillor Jonathan Masakwe is in the court. These are lawyers representing the petitioners as to the representation from the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force. We will be bringing you all of that information. So the rate that I have in my hand reads Republic of Liberia in the First Judicial Circuit Criminal Court A for Monrovia County, Republic of Liberia, sitting in its February AD 2026 term. Before His Honor, Roosevelt Willie, resident circuit judge presiding. The action is motion to quash writ of subpoena to Chesticom, for lack of jurisdiction. These legal words are Latin words. You have to, be careful. You have to be very, very tight when you're reading these words. You don't want to, twist your tongue. So it's the motion to quash a writ of subpoena to Chesticom for lack of jurisdiction. So the Clark Hope Foundation is contending that AREPT lacks the jurisdiction to have issued them a subpoena. So what is a subpoena? For those of us who are still trying to get acquainted with these legal terminologies. So a subpoena, in its simplest form, is a mandate from an authority, in this case, a court or an investigating arm of government, to compel you to either provide documents, evidence against yourself, or to provide testimonies as a witness. So a witness can be subpoenaed. You can come into the court and give your testimony as a witness. You are a subpoena witness. You are under obligation from the court. You honor the mandate from the court to appear and give testimony. So a person can be subpoenaed. An organization can be subpoenaed to provide documentations, and an individual can be subpoenaed to provide documentations as well as evidence, oral testimony, once it's ordered by a court or an authority of competent jurisdiction. So yes, a subpoena is a legal instrument that is usually used on unwilling participants. So usually you must be unwilling before a subpoena is issued to you. If you are called willingly and you come in, there's no need for you to be subpoenaed. But if you are an unwilling candidate or an unwilling organization, you can be subpoenaed to provide evidence, and sometimes evidence against yourself, sometimes evidence to support an investigation. Maybe in another term, you might have been an eyewitness to something that did happen, and you don't feel the need to avail yourself, but you've got crucial information to assist the process or to assist the investigation or to assist a trial or hearing. You can be subpoenaed to come in and provide that account. So that is the simplest way to explain what a subpoena is. And in this case, the Clark Hope Foundation was subpoenaed by the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force to provide documents that might probably incriminate them, documents that might be used against them, documents that they are unwilling to provide, and they are challenging that the AREPT does not have the authority to have asked them or to compel them to provide those documents. So the judge is reading according to Melvin, so the entire courtroom is quiet. Judge Roosevelt Willie is reading his ruling. So we will remain posted here as we bring you what is unfolding. Usually these things don't happen in a minute or two. The judge must read all of the legal documents, before when you hear wherefore, therefore, wherefore, in so going of the above, then you know that the ruling is about to be handed down. So, according to Melvin, the judge is reading, the courtroom is quiet, both sets of lawyers are listening, those who are also there just for the participation and to give eyewitnesses account after it's done. The entire place is quiet and they are listening to Judge Roosevelt there, Willie, reading his ruling. So it's going to take a while. That's why we're here. We'll keep taking some breaks and pauses, showing you around, bringing you additional information as it unfolds. But this Tuesday morning in Liberia, it's no talk about yellow machines. It's no talk about orange machines. It's all talk about blue structures. And these blue structures are the gigantic structures situated on the outskirts of Marshall City, known as the Clark Hope Foundation. For those who are currently students there, those toddlers that we see on those pictures, it is also about what is going to happen. The government, through a task force established by an executive order of President Joseph Yuma Boakai, remember one of his key campaign promises were to go after those who, in their words, looted, plenished, and misappropriated state finances and funds, and also took onto themselves state properties and assets. He then established the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force. Once established, Councillor Clark Edwin Martin, former head of the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, the LACC, during the WIA's administration, was given that appointment, an appointment that brought some cheers and some groans because of his past record with the previous administration, that of the CDC. His detractors said, look, having Councillor Mountain there at the AREP is only going to embolden him to go after a vendetta kind of campaign, according to those who are not supporters of the Leonard Councillor. That look, he's serving the CDC. He was ousted after the new LACC Act was, put into full swing. He must have a personal vendetta. He must be going after CDC officials. And then we had the issues of the gracious ride scenario. We saw the gracious rides vehicles being parked. It was a huge public spectacle. And what did gracious ride do? They ran here to the Temple of Justice, and that matter lingered on. They challenged the authority of the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force, similar to what is happening now with the Clark Hope Foundation, but not with jurisdiction, but with the entire makeup and the legality of the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force. That matter lingered on for approximately 8 months. For 8 months, AREP was rendered to be subtoed, obsolete. They were not functioning as they should have because their legality was questioned. Well, the court said the gracious right lacked, the standing to question, and that the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force was a legal instrument as established by an executive order. Today, we have the Clark Hope Foundation that is not challenging the entire authority of the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force. They're not challenging the legality of the task force. They are challenging the authority of the task force to have issued them a subpoena, and hence they haven't yet complied. They are challenging the authority of the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force to compel them to provide documents through a subpoena. So the judge is still reading. We are still trying to get you more information. I'll take a step back again as we try to get you more information, but remain live there with us. The Spoon Network, Spoon TV, we're live at the grounds of the Temple of Justice.
So this is Spoon TV Live. We are still here at the Temple of Justice in Monrovia, and my name is Gabriel Ba. I'm here with Diamond Slanko, Emmanuel Phillips, Johasi Joe, and the rest of the team here to bring you updates on the case involving the Klawia Foundation and the government of Liberia.
All right, folks. So while we await more updates from Criminal Code A, we will be giving you analysis as well as soliciting views from those who are around. We've been speaking to some lawyers present here who have chosen not to come before the camera. But I asked one lawyer the question right now that why is it important for the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force to get these documents from the Clark Hope Foundation? And according to him, they need the following information: what is known, what is under review, the financing agreement. They want financial records, they want contracts, the Arab wants invoices, they want donor list, the list of donors, those who donated to the construction of the Clark Hope Foundation, subsequently those who have been donating to the operation of the Clark Hope Foundation. They want a donor list, they want payment records to determine whether public resources were used in constructing or operating the Clark City of Hope. So the foundation is called Clark Hope Foundation, but the properties under review is the Clark City of Hope, and that Clark City of Hope is located in Marshall, just on the outskirts of Marshall City there in Margibi County, the historic Marshall City in Margibi County, just on the outskirts. You can't miss the City of Hope. You know, aside the signboard that is very gigantic that says Clark City of Hope, you know, the buildings cannot be missed as well. So the foundation has denied using state funds. It says it's cooperating with investigators. Then we did see the subpoena of BMC in November 2025 for BMC to also provide construction documents, contracts, and the rest, invoices. So this is a very broad concept, or a very broad situation that is unfolding as we speak. The ruling to come out of Criminal Code A, the judge is still reading. That is the reason we are not giving you any further updates from within Criminal Code A. What we can tell you is Judge Roosevelt Willie is still reading the ruling. But what we can tell you, the mood there in Criminal Code A, according to Melvin Jackson, is a very, very quiet one. It's quiet there in Criminal Code A because what's at stake is very huge. What's at stake is the jurisdiction, the power, the authority that is challenged now by the Clark Hope Foundation of the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force by issuing them a subpoena. Remember, it is not the subpoena that is under review. It is the authority, the jurisdiction that is currently being questioned. So the Clark Hope Foundation has said, look, you asking us, or you've asked us, you subpoena us to provide our donors list, our construction contracts, invoices, and the rest. And your intent is to establish whether state or public finances were used to establish the Cla Hope Foundation or the Cla City of Hope. We are challenging that you do not have the authority, you lack the jurisdiction to tell us to provide these documents. So it is not the subpoena that is under question, it is the authority, the jurisdiction that is being questioned. It is the jurisdiction of AREP that has been challenged. And that's why the Cla Hope Foundation has prayed for the judge, Judge Roosevelt Willie, to quash. So if the petitioner's request is granted, if the judge rules and quashes the subpoena that has already been issued by AREP to Cla Hope Foundation to provide documents about the Cla City of Hope, then it's a victory for the foundation. But if the judge denies the motion and to quash and upholds that AREP has got the jurisdiction, they've got the authority, then there are remedies available to the foundation through its managers and lawyers. They can take the stairs up there to the Supreme Court of Liberia before whether a justice in chamber or the full bench. They've got that appellate, remedy available to them. So we keep telling you that updates coming from the court is that Judge Roosevelt Willie is reading his ruling in the petition for a motion to quash the subpoena issued by AREP to the Cla Hope Foundation. What's in review, what's under question is the Cla City of Hope. Remember, the former president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, visited the foundation just after the subpoena was issued. Political pundits and Liberians from all walks of life questioned the timing of her visit, whether the timing of her visit was to put political pressure, to say, look, stand down, I'm with Cla, I'm with the foundation, or it was just a coincidental visit. The timing was what was questioned. The last time, the former president was seen publicly, that has still remained in the minds of Liberians with a WIA, was the most significant, was that of 2017 during the campaigning period when she took Madam WIA's husband to break grounds for a road project in Lofa County. That was a significant public meeting between the two, and he ended up, Senator WIA at the time, ended up winning the presidential elections of that year. Now we have the issue of the Cla Hope Foundation. She's not publicly with her husband, the former president WIA, but rather seen with the wife. Well, that didn't put a dent in the asset recovery quest the year today to listen to the ruling that they have got the jurisdiction. According to them, they are contending that they've got the jurisdiction to issue a subpoena to the Cla Hope Foundation for documents to be provided about the Cla City of Hope. So both sides of the aisle, the interest is key, and even those in the middle, ordinary Liberians, the interest is key as well. There are those who have termed this entire process as a witch hunt. That look, they're going after former officials of the WIA administration. They have a few of them in court currently facing economic sabotage accusations as well as other charges. They're now going after the wife of the former president, and that's the closest they can hit. Prior to the subpoena being served to the Cla Hope Foundation, we did see the former chief of protocol to former President George Weah, Nora Finabondo, and her daughter, Pamela Jala, indictments read. That was the closest the Asset Recovery and Property Retrieval Task Force went to the Weah's inner circle. If you consider Samuel Twe as close, then you can consider Nora Finabondo as even closer to former President George Manuel Weah. One of the elements or subjects or personalities, if you want to use either of those words, told the former president was hit with an indictment on several counts by Arabs. Now, they've not indicted the former first lady or officials within her office. They've not indicted her foundation, the Clark Hope Foundation. What the Arabs did do was to send them a subpoena and say, submit your documents. We want to review. We are of the intuition